my goodness. And there it is. Wow, gets the 10 to go.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2021 PWBA Tour season. We're getting ready to head out to Lilac Lanes and Casino in Spokane, Washington for the PWBA Spokane Open. We have the first round of qualifying upcoming in just a few moments here on bowltv.com, and we are ready for event number 16 of the season here. So we're winding down toward the end of the 2021 season, but still plenty of great coverage left to go here on Bowl TV, and excitement to look forward to on the PWBA Tour as the season starts to get to its back half. We got to watch the practice session yesterday here on this 45-foot condition, and it played tricky. We talked to a couple of the players afterwards. There's an outside portion of the lane to play, but it's very speed sensitive. It's looks pretty tough to control, and the middle part of the lane, pretty tough as well. It's flat across the middle, but we have a little bit of hook on the outside of the pair, 45 feet in length. Very interesting condition, so we're excited to see it play through. Now, folks, before we get out to the lanes, the warm-up session is just about over. I'm going to bring in Curtis Von Kruger, who's on site over at Lilac Lanes and Casino. So with that, let's bring in Curtis.
Aaron,
Curtis, hello.
Aaron. You give the players what they want. You give them hook to the right. You give them hold in the middle, and it ain't good. No, I'm just kidding. It's hard. It is not easy. But it seems intellectually, it seems like it would be a bowler's haven with this particular pattern. But if you get it out to the 1-2 too quickly, it looks like it just takes off on you. Like it just hooks and hits you in the face. But if you hit the 3-board flat, you're hitting the 3-pin flat. And so it's a very, very, very tricky pattern. It's long oil, high volume. So I am intrigued. I have not seen a lot of strikes. I feel like this is going to be one of those patterns where a person's going to figure it out and they're going to average like 230, right? And then the rest of the field is going to be like even to make the cut. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
We talked to the Hall of Famer Kelly Kulick, and that's essentially what she described. It's kind of taking a look at everything for the fresh, and that's probably going to be pretty low scoring here in game one as we head out to the lanes. And, we'll see where it gets by the time we get into, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of this 6-game block. So our competitors today are going to bowl 6 games here during this particular block. They're going to have a little bit of break, come back for round 2, bowl another 6 games on the same pattern, re-oil, fresh oil, all that good stuff. And then after 12 games today, we're going to take the top 32 to Saturday's Cashers round. So those 32 players will return Saturday morning, bowl another 6 games. Then 18 game totals will determine the top 12. One more 6-game block will determine the top 4 for tomorrow night's stepladder finals, 9 p.m. Eastern time for that. All here on bowltv.com. So we got a few different styles out here as well as we're looking at lanes 21 to 24 here at Lilac Lanes. So we got some big names. Obviously, Liz Johnson doesn't get much bigger than that. The GOAT out there doing her thing. New Wei Fen from Team Singapore out there as well. So we talked a little bit about that yesterday. 6 players from the national team from Singapore making their 2021 debut this week and will be at the U.S. Women's Open next week. We have Gigi Mason, someone who's going to open up the lanes a little bit more here. Birgit Norikes, fresh off a victory just a couple of weeks ago at the Go Bowling Classic. Taylor Bailey, one of the top rookies on tour this season, fresh off a regional victory as well. And to top that off, we have a really great local contingent competing this week. So a lot of players in the area, not only from Washington, but from Idaho as well. So right on that borderline over there. So a great local contingent competing as well. So we're excited to be here for all of competition as we wrap up practice.
Absolutely. And you hit the nail on the head. A lot of people are excited to see Nukwe Finn right here, as we're going to get an early look at her. She has one of those quintessential styles out here on the PWBA tour. Beautiful swing plane, can play many different angles. Just one of those preeminent players for Singapore, and a wrecking ball and a force out here on the PWBA tour. Let's see how Liz Johnson plays, because if there's anybody who's going to be able to kind of navigate this really speed sensitive up the boards outside type of condition. Up the boards, playing up the gut, playing outside. Who's good at that? Liz Johnson. So let's see how she does. She can be kind of our benchmark today, and see how she performs on there. Taylor Bailey right here. You're going to see her in the yellow jersey, coming off of, like you said, that regional win. Lots of confidence, bowled extraordinarily well during that event. And I think it really kind of, in her mind, proved to herself that, hey, wait a minute, I do belong out here. You kind of need those affirming moments. And I think that was an affirming moment for her. So you'll see Courtney Amish right here, another rookie out here on the tour. Another great player, has a really bright future ahead of her. So good pair to start with, and we'll get this action kicked off.
All right, with that, let's go full screen for you good folks. But Curtis and I, as well as Jason Thomas, will be around here as we get underway and throughout the course of competition. Here in Spokane. Want to give a big hello to all the folks watching us on bowltv.com. I see quite a few familiar names in the chat joining us as always. So hello, good folks. Hope you're doing well. We're having a good time here, as always, on bowltv.com. I want to say hello to everybody watching on Facebook and YouTube as well. We will be here for game number 1 of this 6-game block before we send the stream exclusively to bowltv.com. So if you want to watch throughout the course of the day, you know the website where you have to head out to check out the action, bowltv.com. Now, folks, we talked a little bit about this oil pattern being unique. And as we take a look at our good friend Nick Hoagland's notes on this pattern, some of the details and specifics. So I mentioned 45 feet in length, 27.28 mils for the volume. So a little bit on the heavier side, but we're using a heating oil this week. We're using a Kegel Fire oil out here. And one of the house characteristics that Nick mentioned, that the center does have old anviling. So the ball does hook off the corner pretty well, as we've been seeing throughout the course of practice and getting into the early part here of game number 1. Ratio-wise, 1.4 to 1 on the right, 1.3 to 1 on the left, and as we mentioned, pretty flat throughout the course of the middle part of the lane. So that's why we expect to see more players trying to attack that outside portion of the lane where they definitely have some hook available. But controlling how soon it gets there is going to be the key early on. You can find the oil pattern pairings and results as we get them throughout the course of competition over on over on PWBA.com. But if you are watching on bowltv.com, you can check it out above the chat. We've got a few different tabs open. That middle one takes you to our page on PWBA.com where we gather a lot of the information as well. So you kind of have those same tools right at your fingertips when watching throughout the course of the week. Taking a look at our lineup here across our featured pairs at the moment. Over on 21 and 22, April McDonough, Spokane Valley, local player, along with Adrian Sadlow, also Spokane. Mentioned Birgit Norreichs. Nice cover there by Gigi. How about that? To take care of that washout there. That's pretty awesome. But Birgit joining us from Germany, two-time titleist on the PWBA Tour, as we mentioned, captured that victory not too long ago at the Go Bowling Classic earlier this month as part of the Summer Classic Series. Also made another show there during that. Courtney Ermish, as Curtis mentioned, a rookie out on tour. Past ITC champion at Robert Morris, Illinois, and then Gigi Mason. And over on 23 and 24, Taylor Bailey. Mentioned another rookie on tour, past collegiate champion at McKendree. Brandy Au from Spokane. New Way Fed joining us from Singapore, the 2016 PWBA Rookie of the Year and Tour Championship winner. And then the 25-time titleist, the Hall of Famer, Liz Johnson. For the folks watching on Bowl TV, we do have access to a couple of additional pairs. Obviously, you know the routine. You can scroll through, check them out, follow your favorite athletes as they hit the pairs. Also going to take a quick moment to bring in Jason Thomas as well to the broadcast. So let's welcome in JT real quick. JT, how's it going?
Hello, sir. How are you?
We're doing good.
It's good. Nice to be here. It's beautiful weather. If like us, stuck in a part of the country where it's 100+ degrees right now, you come to Spokane and it's 55 in the morning and gets up to about 75.
It's rough sledding. It's rough sledding because you can't be outside frolicking in the summer. But if you got to be anywhere, why not here at Lilac Lane?
But this pattern is. I was just watching practice all day yesterday and really had no idea what was going to happen today based on watching yesterday. And then watching practice this morning, you would think that the players would have a more defined strategy. I figured yesterday was just chalking it up to, hey, this is a very unusual pattern, something players never really get to see or bowl on, and there'd be some players that come out today and have a different strategy. But it certainly feels like the best strategy is try to get the ball to hook as early as possible, because that'll blend out. It's a massive. They have a street here in Spokane called Cascade Boulevard, and it runs along the edge of a cliff, and that's kind of what they're bowling on here this week. So
love it.
if you get it kind of left of 3 or 4, you're going to hit a very long, very high volume patch of oil, which stays flat from 3 all the way to 3 on the other side. And if you get it right, the ball's going to want to hook instantly. And so I think there's a couple of different ways to hit it. Really, if you like to hook the ball, you're going to want to close your shoulder down and keep the ball right on the edge of that oil, so that you might have a little bit of miss room, but you're going to have to keep your angles a little bit straighter. Or you could kind of do what Liz Johnson is doing and get as far to the right as you can and just try to yank it left off of that extreme dry. But we watched her practice this morning and saw some really, really strange things where she missed a board in on a shot and hit the 3-pin in the face and left the washout. But then if she misses 2 boards in, it hits the pocket. So it's just it's very unusual to see. Usually when you get lined up and you have some room to play with, you'll have 3 or 4 or 5 very rarely 5, especially out here, but you'll have 3 or 4 or 5 boards that you can hit in succession that will get you to the pocket. Whereas here, you might have, a board where you can hit the pocket, and then if you miss right of that, you miss the pocket, and then if you hit a board right of that, you hit the pocket again, and then if you hit a board right of that, you miss it again. So it's just, and you might miss it to the left. If you miss 3 right, you might miss the pocket to the left. So it's just a pattern that players, nobody really is used to ever seeing. But it's a lot of fun, and I think that the key is going to be figuring out where you want the ball to hook, front to back. You can get to a place where you can make the ball hook consistently front to back, and I think earlier is better. It'll blend the pattern out. And that's going to really help you move it up and down the house. Then after they start to break down, God, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Well, Jason, I see a lot of surface out there early. I see a lot of surface out there early, and what that means is the fronts are gonna get chewed up early, and it's still going to be tight down lane. So then what do you do there? This is going to be a slugfest where spares are at a premium, trying to minimize your splits. And I just say minimize because you're going to leave them today. You gotta just buckle up and say, hey, that's going to happen. And then, try to keep it clean as much as possible.
Yeah, we saw there during practice, we're sitting right in front of Liz Johnson and Taylor Bailey, who we're also watching here. And Liz threw a shot. She missed a board left and washed out.
Yep.
And then Taylor missed the board right and almost missed the head pin going away to the left. And we were both laughing to each other because we were just pointing that out and it happened.
Yep.
And then Taylor kind of looked back and said, "Are you laughing at me?" And we're kind of like, sort of.
Kind of. But not
just you. But just kind of the uniqueness of the pattern, really.
Now look at Liz Johnson. She's going to come up here. I think she, as Jason just said, she's going to try to just kind of yank it into the dry, not get it going left to right, but kind of give it moving up and maybe toward the pocket. Try to get through the fronts and get it to read. And you'll see how she kind of does that. See that angle right there? And she smashes a good pocket shot. That's going to kind of be the game plan for her. And if you can emulate that, I think that might be your best bet right here.
The other extenuating circumstance is the carry, and I feel like Kelly Kulik had an interesting comment yesterday in the interview where she said, hey, it's kind of like a urethane pattern, except everybody's going to throw reactive.
Yeah.
Which, what I think she means by that is you're going to want to get the ball to hook early, right, to blend the pattern out. But, I've already seen Kelly, and she's doing that. She left an 8-10 in the second frame. New Way Finn has missed the pocket once in 5 frames, and she hasn't struck yet. So the carry is extremely tricky. And it's the way it's been described is not as good a carry as we had at in Cleveland, which is the pattern, which is the most similar to this one. And I don't think the carry there was all that great. So that'll be something to watch for. I think as they go, I personally do think as we go, the players are going to figure out how to control the pocket. But I don't think it's going to be all that easy to string strikes, even when they are able to control the pocket.
Yeah, I don't anticipate having to run around and follow 300s this block because it's going to be hard to put things together. And even if you, like you said, get it to the pocket, the carry is going to come into play, and long strings of strikes are going to be hard to come by.
Guys, just obviously you're both on site. Is there anybody trying anything kind of different than what we're seeing here on our featured pair as far as as a different way to attack this? Is anybody, with as flat as it is in the middle, trying something, potentially a little bit closer to the middle part of the lane, or is it pretty much consensus that everybody is trying to find their way to the outside portion?
That's a great question, Aaron. And it's funny when you put a very defined friction spot on the lane, the players will always try to figure out a way to use that, right? And so the middle part of the lane is flat. So if there's hook to your right and hole to your left, you're going to try to figure out a way to use that. And so that's what the players are doing. Even the players that like to hook the ball, like Birgit and Gigi, they're certainly a zone left of the straighter players. But and it also goes to, there's some and Chad said that surface is going to destroy the fronts. Yes, but nobody's going to destroy the fronts left of second arrow. And so you're going to have to find a way to stay outside for 6 games, because if you have to get into that middle part of the lane, you're not going to have any room to play with. So, yeah, the answer to your question, Aaron, is not really. You really just kind of have the hook players playing a zone to the left and trying to. But Gigi is going to have an adventure out there with how she likes to play the lanes and how she likes to see the ball hook on the back part rather than the front. I mean, she's going to leave some weird stuff. She's going to have an adventure. She's going to really have to try to keep very close attention to where that ball's hooking in terms of the distance, and try to control that as best as she can, because otherwise, it's just going to be a lot of splits and a lot of weird leads for her.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of players throw what they think is a really good shot and get 8. And so, there is really. I saw Ashley Galante kind of messing around in the middle of the lane in practice, and she just couldn't get anything consistent out of it. There's a couple of shots she threw that just looked like world beaters, and then she throws something that just felt very similar, and it just was. There was no really predicting how the ball was going to react, unless you can just utterly repeat perfect shots like maybe 3 people on the planet can. So I really do feel like the middle of the lane is going to be out of play for these players. And I just don't feel like it's playable. I don't feel like there's a really defined angle to the pocket there.
Yeah, and if you watched practice yesterday, the players that did try to play there, if they missed right at all, at about 35 feet where it looked like the ball should start to pick up, it actually looked like it sped up. So there's a speed bump, and if you miss right from in, it just has no chance. It's going to barely make the 3 pin. And they're never going to get better.
No. Ron asks, why not just throw rockets from the the corner with plastic?
Yeah, I think I like the first part of that idea.
Yeah, speed is definitely, throwing rockets is good. Plastic is going to be, it'll never read. It's a really long pattern. It won't get you there.
Yeah, the problem is if you miss left doing that, it will never hook. So you need something that's going to blend out when you miss left. And you probably want to play that part of the lane and just use the dry to the right as your mistake area. My advice, if I was a ball rep, would be close your shoulder down in your stance and make sure all your misses are left.
My advice, Jason, it's simple. Be Liz Johnson. just be Liz Johnson real quick. Because it does look like that her strategy right here, taking, like, I think Scott here says it kind of right, taking right out of play, and just, like you said, make everything miss in if you have to. And it looks like it's a pretty good angle of the pocket. She's coming up here on the right hand pair, right lane. And so we'll see her kind of attack this one more time. She is working on 3 in a row, and they've looked pretty great to the pocket. 267 possible for her. And you see it. There it is right there. She missed a little right, and it just took off on her, and she's lucky to just leave a 10 pin.
And then, we also saw Gigi miss a little right and leave that very, very weird 2-4-6-10 split, which is a symptom of the ball, her trying to get the ball to hook late, and it's just not going to make it back.
My question for you, Jason, is on a pattern like this, and people, I don't think about this as much. Patterns always affect the way you get to the pocket, but patterns also affect the way you get to spares. How do you think a pattern like this is going to affect spare shooting here as we see Liz is going to shoot for the 10 pin?
I don't think it'll be tough. I always feel like the patterns that are difficult to shoot spares on are as this is one.
Oh, never fails.
But I think the shorter patterns are much more difficult to shoot spares on, especially corner pins, because you have to cross the middle part of the lane where there's no oil, and you got to throw it harder. You got to throw plastic. There's just a lot less room for error. Whereas I think with this pattern, since they're basically flat when you get in the middle part of the lane, they shouldn't be too hard. I think the trickier part this week is definitely how to get to the pocket on your strike ball. 2/8 might be difficult for righty.
Yeah, because it'll hook or just stay flat.
Correct.
Oh, good shot there by Taylor Bailey. As I say, you can't just say her first name. It's always preceded by her last name, Taylor Bailey. 10 pin there.
Well, there's 2 Taylor B's.
Yeah, Taylor Boltize.
Yeah.
And then Taylor Bailey.
Right,
so
right.
You can't say TB or Taylor B because still don't know who you're talking about.
I mean, I personally, if I had to pick a favorite on this pattern, I would probably say Danielle McEwen.
Yeah.
She can get the ball to hook really early and stop, and she's won a bunch of titles on patterns where you've had to get the ball to kind of hook early and stop from different angles, from 4th arrow, from 5th arrow, and from the gutter. So I just think she's naturally good at doing that. But there aren't a lot of players out here that really love to get the ball to hook early. I mean, not just on the PWBA, but on the PBA. It's just not a skill we see, needed all that much. And, what's funny is I used to carry around a bowling ball that I would never use, except for when I'd see a pattern like this. And it was, we used to call it axis weighted, right? So you'd basically put the pin on your axis point and then drill out a giant hole. And so that ball would hook as soon as it left your hand. And it was great for patterns like this, where you needed to get way to the right and there was a ton of oil and you put a ton of surface on it. You try to throw it in league, and the best you could do is flat 10, but
because it just burns.
And if you missed right, it would wash out, even on a league pattern. But on something like this, that ball, if it hit the dry early, it would just immediately stop hooking. And so it would blend that massive cliff of dry out. And then if you got the ball left, it would still have all this, with the surface and all the weight on the left side of the ball, it would cut through that oil and still hit the pocket. So I don't know if anybody has a ball like that. I mean, obviously we can't put weight holes in them anymore, but
great shot there by Taylor.
That would be the ball that I would be taking out of the bag if they still allowed weight holes and let me go on this pattern.
Oh man, yeah, no, it's I like that they have seen a bevy of patterns this year. They've kept it really fresh and different, and in an attempt to just highlight how great these players are out here. They can bowl on anything. They can compete on anything. But they're going to have to put their caps on this week. They're going to have to really. I think the tale of this, it will be the transition. It will absolutely be the transition. How do you figure out how to play it 4, 5, 6? You know, a 4, 5, 6 game. It's not going to be easy, and everything's going to be earned this week. Absolutely.
And Gigi, man, I mean, she's close.
Yeah.
But I mean, look what she's left.
That last shot right here that she leaves, she gets a 4 count.
Yeah.
4 through the middle, and it was a good shot. Like, it left her hand. You're like, oh, that's got a chance. And then it hits that down lane, and it just takes off like it's shot out of a cannon. And it's just.
Well, the problem is she has to throw a massive amount of surface, and she has to keep it in. But when you do that and it gets off the end of the pattern, it just makes a dead left turn. So the ball's not burning up enough energy soon enough. And so, you know, if you watch those last 2 shots she threw on that right lane, she went 2, 4, 6, 10, and then threw almost the same shot. She might have moved a little right off of it and 4 through the nose.
Yeah.
So you can't make a cut when that's your ball reaction.
No. Yeah. Unless you bowl and even if you bowl absolutely out of your mind, you can't. It's something you can't overcome.
As we get to the back half of game number 1 here, just a reminder to the good folks watching on Facebook and YouTube that we are here for the game 1 sneak peek. And then after that, we will be exclusively on bowltv.com. So if you want to head over, get that subscription set up prior to the end of game 1, we certainly encourage you to do so. A few different options to come in this week. You can watch the event, the Spokane Open, pick up an event ticket for $8.95. Watch the live coverage today and tomorrow, including the stepladder finals tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Bowl TV. Or you could pick up a monthly or annual recurring subscription, $9.95 or $79.95. For those, transaction fees do apply for all 3 as a heads up. But with the monthly, with the annual, not only do you get access to the live events like we have right now, but the opportunity to check out the archived events from each and every event that we cover here on bowltv.com, as well as all the on-demand content that's available on the site. But, you know, looking ahead, and we're talking so much about this pattern and about how tricky it is and how sharp you have to be to, you know, really find a consistent look, and you got to make great shots out there. To follow this event, talk about a tune-up, heading into the U.S. Women's Open, August 24th through the 31st. Of course, with the big news dropping earlier this week, the TV final is going to be on CBS Sports Network on August 31st for that. And the $100,000 first place prize, a record-setting payday on the PWBA Tour coming up. All the qualifying, all the match play rounds, however, leading up to that are going to be on bowltv.com. So, you know, a great way to, if you're looking at this event and you say, hey, I like this. This is cool. This is good stuff. I want to continue to watch these athletes compete here on the PWBA Tour. And I want to watch that U.S. Women's Open with that record-setting prize fund. You know, that's all coming up here in the next month. And, you know, if you're looking at that monthly recurring, you're saying, okay, what do I get going into September? You know what? We got more bowling for you. Super Senior Classic and the USBC Senior Masters all within the next month as well. So a lot of great options to check out. But, you know, if you've been on the fence thinking about trying Bowl TV, you know, that monthly recurring subscription is looking pretty good for all the great content available over the course of the next 30 days or so. So be sure to check that out when you can, good folks. And we'll be right here waiting for you. Of course, to go along with that, on Bowl TV, a great community in the chat as well. So we do have a live chat available throughout every broadcast. A lot of familiar faces. It's like bowling's version of Cheers, where everybody knows your name.
Yep,
So
and I'm Cliff.
You earned Cliff status a couple of weeks ago. That is true. I secretly want to be Norm. I thought I was Cliff, and then you upstaged me with your spare percentage statistics, Jason Thomas.
You can be Norm. You can be Norm. I think you'd be a good Norm.
I think I would be too, but it's a lot of responsibility in being Norm. So, but folks, again, the website bowltv.com. Head on over, check it out, and we hope to see you throughout the course of the week. Giveaways as well as one final selling point for you. We do have giveaways during each of our broadcasts here for USBC short duration and PWBA tour events, including bowling balls. Very often for our stepladder finals here on the PWBA tour. So a great way to not only watch the best in the world compete, but to win as well. So we hope to see you on bowltv.com throughout the course of the week, and to enjoy the action as we are wrapping up the 10th frame here over on 23 and 24. Liz finishing up with 193. Brandy Au actually a chance to get to 224 here, so she's going to have a chance to lead our featured pairs here in the early going with a couple of strikes. Taylor Bailey 171, New Wei Finn 152. Probably a little bit of nerves and excitement as well for the members of Team Singapore. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. This is their first time in an actual competition in approximately 20 months. So they competed at the SEA Games, the Southeast Asian Games, in December 2019. Followed that up with a trip to the Storm Domino's Pizza Cup in South Korea to kind of wrap up that month. And then with everything that has taken place in the world since then, they have not competed. They've trained in Singapore, but this is the first time getting that competition feel for them. So, potentially some early jitters to get things going, but excited to see what they have in store for the rest of this weekend, the U.S. Women's Open as well.
And interestingly enough, Aaron, you mentioned a lot of talk about how tricky the pattern is. Looks like the top two players that we'll have on our featured pair this morning are a couple of locals. Brandy Au, 209 first game. April McDonough, also a local, can shoot 208 right out of the gate here. Looking off to my left, Aaron McCarthy finished with a late four-bagger to shoot 195. Dasha Kovalova currently working on a six-bagger after a couple of opens in the second and third frame. She can shoot 235 to start, so that's a big game right out of the gate for her, trying to bounce back after kind of a rough go in the closing event of the Summer Classic Series. Dasha, didn't she win the first tournament after the last Classic Series, Aaron?
She did.
After not being happy with her performance?
That is correct. After making two step ladders, but some forgettable performances, in her opinion, based off of her showings in those matches. Left her motivated for that opportunity to compete at the Twin Cities Open, and then She returned to the step ladder and averaged about 265, I believe, for her couple of victories on the way to the win there. And yeah, so far, she's very good around the Classic Series events. She's won the one after the kickoff. She won the one before the summer kickoff at the Louisville Open. Obviously, we did have the Lucy in there as well.
And you know, it was very surprising to see her kind of fall off those last two events after, you know, the dominating performance in Louisville and dominating the first event to the Summer Classic Series, even though she did lose the title. But she dominated to lead that event. And then, you know, now she's got some motivation, starts with 224 here out of the gate. And I do think this is a pattern that, you know, she could do well on. You know, she's so good she can do well on any pattern. But I do think this one kind of plays into her wheelhouse. She can kind of keep it in front of her and control that, you know, the zone to the left of that really dry part of the lane. And looks like she's got it under control right out of the gate here.
April McDonough going to finish with a 197 out of the gates here. Birgit with the washout here in the 9th. Adrian Sadlow. Still gets a 214. 3 strikes in the 10th as she gets ready. But not a ton of numbers out here. Once again, be sure to visit pwba.com as we wrap things up here in Game 1 and, of course, throughout the course of the day. For updates from the Spokane Open. Of course, our social media channels as well. At PWBA Tour on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Thought you just mentioned Erin McCarthy. There she is, getting ready to go over to 23 and 24. Covering lane 13 through 28 on bulltv.com, all available at the moment. Courtney getting a couple shots there to face up nicely for the double in the 10th. One more gets her to 175. Adrian looking to get into the 2-0s here. Decent count. Going to be 199. Beer Get with the Open, 1:59 to wrap things up here in game one. Gigi, one shot left for her. Can finish with 147. And folks, after this, we'll take a quick second to refresh. Get ready for game two and the rest of this opening qualifying block here on Bowl TV from the PWBA Spokane Open. So for the folks watching on Facebook and YouTube, we certainly hope you head over to bowltv.com, pick up a subscription, and watch today and tomorrow as well as we crown our champion here at Lilac Lanes and Casino. But for right now, I'm going to take a quick second. We'll be right back on bowltv.com. Game two, round one of qualifying from the Spokane Open. So everybody hang tight. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV.
So glad you could come. She was so disappointed in Vegas. Vegas freedom. This is more exciting.
Aaron, we got an honor score for this pattern. Stephanie Zavala shoots 237 her first game. And that's got to feel like a 260.
I was really curious what number you were going to come up with defining as an honor score for this tough pattern here in game one. So 237 is the number.
Yeah, 237. That's the benchmark right there.
Feels like 11 in a row.
It really does. I see a lot of $160, $180, $130, and then a couple of, 2-0s. That's it's going to be interesting. I mean, that's all you can really say about it. Dasha Kovalova looks like she had 5 or 6 in a row after a couple of opens to shoot it. She looks like she shot a 224. So, that might be good for second place right there. So we'll have those score updates as soon as we get them. We typically get them a little earlier here in the house. So if we get those any earlier, we'll let everybody know what the situation is, and then of course they'll be live they'll be updated on PWBA.com. You'll see a link for this tournament. Select it, and it will take you to the option to get qualifying round one scores. Hit on that. Staying here. Have another good grouping of players here, a few local players. But you have Sherry Tan here, one of the preeminent lefties out on tour. Had a very difficult first game. And just kind of goes to show you the difficulty. You got Dasha Kovalova on this pair as well. It's going to be a good player to keep your eye on. Valerie Mercier is going to be on this pair. Aaron on this group of pairs, I should say. Aaron McCarthy. Diana Zavyalova. And then a number of local players, Shannon Canfield, Valentina Cruz, Caitlin Blamers, and Caitlin Foltz, all more localized players here. Sherry Tan going to go for the spare conversion. She grabs it. Dasha had a good shot to the pocket. I think she's got something figured out. Just 10 pin. 10 pin's a good lead here. It means you're in the pocket. It means you're there. Get a good look at Kayleen Folks here and Valentina Cruz. See how they're attacking the lanes. And she got that one out early, and you can see it just absolutely takes off. She gets the Brooklyn hit. It's just unbelievable. Oh, really nice. Really like how Kayleen throws the ball. Nice shot there. Gets a strike. Could be Kaylin, probably. Yeah, this is going to be a condition where Brooklyn, you know what? You're going to take those Brooklyns and you're going to be real happy about them. As you see, both Diane and Valentina do runaways. Valerie a little high, but again, as long as you're in the pocket here, you don't want to mess with it too much, because small changes can cause, small minor adjustments can cause big changes in your ball reaction. So, yeah, bowling fan, 100% Brooklyn is in play. 100%. We'll look at Shannon Canfield here, coming up on the right lane. No, she's more in the middle of the lane there, trying to kind of manage that middle part of the lane. Really kind of on an island out there right now. She's the only player that seems to be kind of trying to take that angle. And you see she just kind of got a little high there. Dasha sends it a little light. And it sounds like we might have a score update.
We do, Curtis. Available on PWBA.com. We'll drop that link in the chat in just a second as well. As you mentioned, Stephanie Zavala with listed for 236 here, leading the way with that honor score up there, 236 honor score.
Oh, it's 236. Yeah, not 237. My bad. I will be publicly flogged later.
Daphne Tan from Singapore. Starting off strong, plus 33, 233 in the opener. Dasha Kovalova, who we're watching right here, 224. Daria Payuk, 221. Maria Balanova, 215. Valerie Bercier, 213. Brandy Au, one of our local players, at 209. Kayleen Folks, 208. Jada Horn. Good to see Jada back out here. We saw her during a couple spots in the middle part of the tour.
She throws a powerful shot.
She does. 207 for her. And then Shannon O'Keefe rounding out the top 10 with 206.
Yeah, we only have 4 other players that are positive, 3 players that are even, and then the rest of the field is in the negative. So you can see that it is going to be an interesting day for some of these players. They're going to get a PhD in adversity right out here, especially if they haven't bowled out on the tour before. Like I said, a number of non-member entries. Jada Horn leading that way, or excuse me, Kayleen Folks leading that way. We had a chance to see her right now on our featured pair. And starting off with a nice start here. She's got the front two. Really like the way she throws the ball at hands. Really do like the way that Kayleen, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. We might be saying that name a lot more this week, but throws a really good ball. Yeah.
Well, when she gets up here for her next shot, I actually got a little story about Kayleen, so I will tell that when she gets up here for her next shot.
Good. Is it? Will I laugh? Is the question.
I think as a bowling fan and someone who knows our tournament director well, you will be appreciative and enjoy it. It'll be a fun, I don't think a laughing type story, but one where you'll just kind of laugh and chuckle and enjoy it.
Hey, that's I like one of those. I like those stories. Those that make me feel good. Here's Kayleen right here, rocking the Storm jersey.
And first off, I'm a big fan of the last name because I've been known to call people folks quite a bit. So was a big fan of the last name. But probably a month or two ago.
See these? Oh my gosh, I love it.
Fantastic shot. I actually had a message from Kayleen asking to give her a call back. I was away from my desk when she called. She had some questions about the PWBA. So I gave her a call back, and she's very excited about, the event coming out here to Spokane and competing. And I forget exactly what the question was, but she had a question about something in the rules, and she just wanted to verify something. And she's like, "Yeah, I read it in the rules. I just wanted to make sure on this." And I said, "Kayleen, you are going to make our tournament director, Tennille Milligan, so happy."
Oh, absolutely.
Because you have went out and read the rules and then asked a question about it, which I know is one of Tennille's biggest pet peeves out there is when folks don't read the rules. So I told her she is going to be a big fan of you when you are out there competing this week. So
100%. Okay, you're right.
But a great piece of advice for anybody going out there bowling anything, first and foremost, but especially on the PWBA. Please read the rules available on pwba.com before you go out there. And if you have any questions, you can certainly reach out and ask. But when she said that, I was just so happy to have someone say it because I read it in the rules. I just wanted to make sure. And it was like, what a moment. So was a big fan of Kayleen, was excited to see her out here and excited to see her off to this great start as well here in game 2.
Yeah, Aaron and her both coming out to a nice hot start here. It does make tournament directors' hearts sing with joy when people have educated, erudite questions. That's the nature of the rules. So, and I am a big fan. And just obviously, apparently, she's a college player. You might know more about that, Aaron, than I do. Just really smooth out of the ball. Throws it fantastic. Really impressed so far. Non-member, like I said, out of Medical Lake, Washington. So starting off with the front three, easy for me to say this morning. Front three, looking for front four. I mean, you can't argue with results, my friend. Got a couple of, you know what? It looks like you're seeing some more striking this game. I think players have now kind of settled in a little bit, and I see 5 or 6 front fours already this game, just within my line of sight. So it looks like Taylor Bailey's got the front four. Got a couple of front fours on the high end as well on the final pair and play. So absolutely, this is change here. We didn't see a lot of strikes the first game.
I also would like to add, it's one thing when scores are low and you have a pattern that's flat and it's just not going to get better. This pattern's different. This pattern, I think the players feel like, hey, I can score on this. I got dry to my right, oil to my left. I can figure out a way to strike on this pattern. And I think they are going to tame down a little bit as the fronts start to go away and they start to burn up some of that oil a little bit left of 1-2. They should tame down a bit. Now you're still never going to be able to go way left and get the ball to hook back, right? You're never going to be able to open your angles way up and get the ball back around the corner. You're still going to have to play pretty straight angles, but I do feel like it's a different mentality when some of these players who came out of the gates with 160, 150, 170, 140, it's not as demoralizing when you're on a 40-foot flat pattern and that those 240s and 250s that you're going to need to make up the ground are going to be hard to come by. I think the players feel like, hey, at some point I think I'm going to be able to shoot some big scores here because I got oil to my left and dry to my right.
And then it's about capitalizing on when you finally hit that pair that you like, and you got a couple of boards in area. You got to make the shots when you can get them. So, and Aaron McCarthy and Kayleen are both making some really nice shots here. We'll see Aaron kind of try to bounce back from a 9 spare in the 5th. Go through it pretty well. But it looks like she's getting really comfortable with this pair early.
Yeah, and there's really strikes all over the place right now.
Yeah.
We've got, like you mentioned, Taylor's got the front 5. We've got Lindsay Boomershine with the front 5. Up on
Kelly Kulik with the front 4.
Kelly with the front 4, yeah. So, yeah, if you give the best players in the world dry to the right and oil to the left, they're going to figure out a way to give themselves some room and start striking. They're just too good not to, but it's very, very tricky. It's really a fun pattern.
No, it is. Mm-hmm. It's a unique way. It's a unique way to see the players attack the lanes, and something that you don't see them do all too often. So it's fun to see just kind of a different strategy come out to light. So we'll see. But you know what? The best, and like you said, the best in the world figure it out no matter what. So we will crown a champion.
It kind of reminds me of the U.S. Open pattern 4 a little bit, where the guys played all of them through urethane basically, and they played out to the right. There wasn't quite as an extreme cliff, to the right, but the premise is very similar. You got to play out, and you got to keep your angles pretty straight. And if you can do that, there are some scores out there to be had.
And we see a front six here by Kayleen, and she's just making it. She is absolutely making it look really, really nice.
Yeah, the major difference between that pattern and this one, just being the transition. The men were all throwing urethane at the U.S. Open, so obviously they got tighter down lane, and the putts didn't burn up too badly. Whereas with these players, you're seeing a lot more strong reactive with surface. So the transition's going to be completely different.
Yep. Like you said, and we said earlier, it's going to chew up the front early. But and from what what we've kind of talked about, it may not be a bad thing for them, as it'll be able to get them to hook the ball a little earlier. Taylor Bailey still working on the front six as well right now. Kayleen's got the front six. We've got some Rena Soba over here from the lanes just directly to the left of our featured pair here. Also has the front six. So yeah, we have some opportunities here for some big scores.
Funny, guys, normally we see game two, the scores drop.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's just the opposite here.
This pattern came out and punched everybody in the mouth, but they're coming out like Rocky Balboa here and trying to punch back.
Yeah, no, for sure. They got up off the canvas, and they punched Apollo in the ribs a couple times, and now the bell's going to ring. But no, I mean, I think what you're seeing is that there was that defined friction. Players played, just a little bit to the left of that with a lot of surface. They blended them out a little bit, and now they're starting to see a little bit of room and taking advantage of it here in game two.
All right, we got Kayleen, and thank you for verifying that pronunciation for me, Bowl TV chat. You never let me down. Going to come up here on the left lane, and I love her backswing. I love how much she comes through the ball. Just really good post, great knee bend, and a little shake and bake there. And that counted, Aaron Smith. That's the front seven.
We are fully in let's go territory, Curtis.
Let's go. Yeah, absolutely. That is the let's go shot right there, brought to you by Aaron Smith. And I mean, I can't be more impressed with how Kayleen is throwing the ball. It's the power of the rule book, Aaron Smith.
The rule book is in play at all times.
It is always in play.
When you respect the rule book, you get the hits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if these players thought that reading the rule book would get them an extra hit every game, they would have it everywhere with them. At least I would. One extra hit a game? Come on. I got a question for you. If you had the option to get one extra hit a game, or two extra hits a game, or never leave a split, which one would you choose?
It depends on who I shoot spares like.
Well, that you still shoot spares like yourself, sir.
Oh. That's a good question. I might need the extra hits then.
You'd never have to shoot the 4-5 again if you took the split option.
Yeah, but that's like a 5-pin now, though. You leave it as much.
Ramon says, "Hey Curtis, don't do the Flanagan," and I'm not exactly sure what that means. Oh, you know what? I do know what that means. I might have to break a camera out here in a few moments if an unnamed person who is on an unnamed amount of strikes continues to do so. So, unfortunately, you want to see me come behind you with the camera and start filming. That's just the way it goes.
One player who, you guys mentioned yesterday in the practice, and we kind of weren't sure because her and the rest of her team have not competed officially in 20 months. But Sherry Tan has had a lot of success on longer patterns where you can play out, and she's got a spare 5-bagger this game. It looks like she's pretty well dialed in.
Oh, Kayleen and her strike streak ends at 8, so it's not on me, y'all. I was right here, glued to my seat. Although the all-seeing eye of Sauron, wreathed in flame, did mention her, and therefore, it looks like my record is undefeated. There's 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Curtis Von Kruger will end your strike streak.
Does take care of that tricky 2-8.
Yeah, we've already seen it missed a few times. As Johnson missed it, which means it must be difficult. I really like the way Valerie Bercier's playing games. She's a player that obviously likes to go left to right a little bit more than some of the others, and she's just picked out a spot way to the right, way down lane that she's trying to throw it to. And if she gets into that spot, she did one shot get it a little bit early to that spot, and it tripped a 4. But she's throwing a ball that once it does hit that spot, it'll just kind of die and roll out. And if she doesn't get it to that spot, the ball still got enough teeth to make it back to the pocket and hit hard. So I do like what she's doing, and I think her look's just going to get better as the day goes on. If you are one of the players that chose to try to blend them out the first game, I think the transition is going to be a little bit more difficult for you. So it's just going to be interesting to see the strategies as this week goes on and as this pattern gets laid out more and more times. What over the course of a 6-game block, that transition allows the players to do. Is it going to be a player that will have a good look the whole 6 games? Or is it going to be a player that maybe needs to hold on for 2 games and wait until they blend out and then can shoot really big scores in the last 4 that are going to be successful?
We saw that at the ITRC, where you had players that kind of those first couple of games just had to kind of slog it out. Dasha Kovalova was one of those players on that first during the first event, where she just kind of had to, do her thing, kind of get through those games, and then as they opened up for her, she was really able to capitalize on some good scores. Spares are going to come at a premium. You're gonna want to try to manage that as much as possible, and then it will paint a much more clear of a picture as we do get to see an entire full block play out before us.
McCarthy had a chance for 279 there. That's really the first shot I've seen that was left and the ball hooked high. So to me, that means that, that strip from 4 to 9 is starting to hook a little bit more to the front. And that's why we're seeing the scores improve. That little zone to the left where the massively defined friction is, 1, 2, 3 is starting to blend out a little bit.
Get your taper tool. Blend it out. That's a little Photoshop editing joke. It's a little obscure. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry.
Aaron's going to be in the 250s here with the 3.610 conversion.
Yeah, great game. Really, really great game there by Aaron McCarthy. Kayleen here has obviously a chance to shoot 270s. And in the process, impress everybody on Bull TV with her smooth, aesthetically pleasing style. I always prioritize looking good throwing the ball as opposed to actually being good at bowling. So, you know.
Let's get a look here at where Valerie, she's looking at about 45 feet. She just wants to get the ball anywhere from like 1, 2 to 3. And the further she can get the ball right at that spot, the harder it's going to come off the spot. That one she missed in a little bit, and that's why it didn't quite have the pop. But if you kind of look at what she's trying to do, she's really drawn a line from where she's standing to somewhere 1, 2, 3 at 45 feet. Obviously, 1 is very hard to hit at 45 feet. You're just aiming to hit 1. But my guess is she's setting her eyes about 3 at 45 feet, drawing a line, and then if she happens to miss right a little bit, the ball will come hard off of that spot. But she's not hitting that spot early, and that's the key. That's why she's able to play where she's playing.
Dasha Kovalova here quietly putting together a really nice game, and she has a couple of 3-baggers separated by a 10-pin. She left in the 6th frame as she gets up here in the first shot of her 10th and can shoot 250. This is a good shot. That was a really nice shot. 10-pin. She didn't hate it.
Well, the good news here, Curtis, is she gets to use her very own created custom spare ball to pick up this 10-pin now.
She may or may not have showed that to me yesterday during practice with a little bit of as much of a braggart personality as Dasha will give you, but it was kind of this shy but extraordinarily proud, like, hey, look at this. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely really, really cool. I'll have to get a shot of it here for our folks. We'll post. I'll get a shot of that, and we can post it on the Instagram, PWBA Instagram page. So yeah, so give you an excuse to go follow. If you're not following the Instagram page, go follow it. Follow our social media sites. Support those sites. Facebook, Instagram. Are we doing TikTok? No TikTok yet? No TikTok. We're not cool or hip with it like the kids. Ooh. Hey, she's glad that pen is painted, folks. It's the power of her new spare ball.
Got a question in the chat about Kelly Kulik. She's got a good game going this game, possible 235 with 3 strikes in the 10th. And shot 197 game 1.
Yeah, that's like shooting 220 game 1.
They are definitely tricky out of the gate, but certainly looks like they've opened up a bit, and we'll just kind of see how that transition plays out over the next 4 games now.
This did seem like the world's quickest transition to go from a high of 2.0 to multiple 250s and 230s.
It's like being shot out of a cannon.
Well, it goes back to what I said. If you give the players dry to the right and oil to the left, it doesn't matter what the ratio is. They're going to figure out a way to strike. Because that's always what you're looking for as a bowler, right? You always want, if you miss out, you want the ball to hook back. If you miss in, you want it to slide. And so that's what they have. And they're going to figure out a way to score on it. It's just a matter of time. And it is kind of surprising how quickly they've been able to kind of blend them out. But the strategy, I think, by the field was basically, hey, let's throw really big bowling balls with a lot of surface on it, just left of where that hook spot is, and let's blend them all out. And it quickly got to a place where the players have a lot of rhythm.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're gonna kind of have to just play the friction spot, and just kind of try to just get your ball there.
Kayleen Folks, nice 257 to lead the way here. Erin McCarthy, 256. Dasha Kovalova with a 237.
Slacking.
Sherry Tan looking to get back on track after the split in the 8th.
Problem for Sherry is she's a lefty, and she doesn't have that big group of players on her side blending that massive cliff of oil to the inside for her. She's going to have to try to figure something out on fresh and make that work for the extended period. So that's going to be the challenge for her. Now, should the transition end up getting tricky for the righties because so much surface being used here early, that could come back into her favor again. But, right now it certainly looks like the right side's pretty good. See, Valerie got that one just right a little bit quicker than that 45-foot mark, and it really bounced off the spot hard. I mean, it's pretty tough to hit a three-board area at 45 feet. Especially when the board furthest to the right is the one board.
It sounds like a great slogan to work in our hashtag Bowl Fearless with that type of strategy going at the gutter there, JT.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's not an easy angle to play, what Valerie is doing. And I really feel like, any normal human being is going to err to the left, right? The miss is going to be left. Now that one, she actually missed right. So, but instead of the ball going in the gutter, if you're just throwing a billiard ball on a flat surface with no oil, and you miss to the right, it's going to miss to the right. But because we're bowling on a surface where there's oil to the left and dry to the right, and you have dynamic bowling balls with combined with spin, you miss to the right, it catches that friction a little early and overhooks. So she actually missed right at her target and missed left at the pins. Let's see what happens here. The other thing, we saw Erin McCarthy towards the end of that game make a pretty good shot, and the ball hooked high. She didn't miss right early. It actually was over target, and because of transition, and when the players use this much surface, they do start to transition more quickly. So that was better. But that one's still hooked high, so that's exactly what we're talking about. After about 4 or 5 shots, in any environment, you're going to have to move. And so The problem with making the shot she made on the left lane was it's like, okay, I just got it right a little quick, so let's make sure I don't get it right a little quick. She throws it over her target, and now she missed a move because there's a little bit of transition going on there. So see if she can pick up this spare and still give herself a chance to shoot 200 this game. Well done. Great conversion. So I think the question for Valerie now is, what do I do? And I think really it's just a matter of probably making a small move, maybe like a 1-and-1, just to get away from that extreme friction, but also deal with the transition. And there's plenty of oil there to where the small move is probably enough. When they're blended out, Aaron, and you make a good shot and it goes high for 3-6-10, that's probably a 3-board move, probably 3-and-1, 3-and-2, depending on how much volume you have in the middle part of the lane. Whereas with this, I don't think you need to make that big of a move. I think there's still enough volume in the mid lane to where you can make a 1-and-1 move, and that would be enough in this particular situation. Plus, the more you move and the more you get your angle steep, it's going to magnify that cliff. We're still probably 3 more games to the point where you can make a big move left and open your angles up that much.
Nice cover there by Sherry Tan to avoid a 3rd consecutive Open after back-to-back washouts there in the 9th, and to kick off the 10th, she can get to 213. And JT, yeah, that was, in looking at how much it was hooking off the spot yesterday during the practice session, that was obviously with 6 games, a little bit less time for that transition. But, I kind of thought about our tournament in Nashville, the Greater Nashville Open, where everybody kind of had to get it to that spot, and they had to get really steep through the front part of the lane to do it, though. So that kind of reminded me of that. But as you mentioned, I think with just the way the rest of the pattern is built out, it's not necessarily. It gets much trickier the further left you get.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. But doesn't mean, it's favoring straight players. I feel like this game, the players that like to hook the ball did well, but they did it playing straight angles.
Mm-hmm.
Just because your rev rate's high doesn't mean, you can't play a straighter angle. And so it looks like the players that had those high rev rates were able to blend out the pattern this game and shoot some big scores.
Well, I think the good thing about from kind of what we saw on 23 and 24 that game is you look at the styles of Aaron McCarthy, who's probably, considered one of the, can create a little bit more rev rate, in the 250s. Kayleen Folks is going to be a little bit straighter, also in the 250s. And then Dasha Kovalova, kind of in between there, all finding a way to make it work to put together big games here in game 2. So, but, Aaron definitely playing them pretty direct, keeping everything in front of her throughout that game on the way to the big total. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's really, kind of a touch pattern. You have patterns that, some of them you can overpower, right? Like you can get left and open up your angles, and you got a big rev rate, and you got a lot of axis rotation. You can get the ball back from downtown, as you might say. But on this one,
it's more about touch. It's more about where do you get the ball to hook, and if you can get the ball to hook in the right spot, you can open up the room for yourself. If you don't, you can make them look really ugly. Let's see if Valerie can make that little adjustment. Left shot here, got it right a little quick and went high, and then shot after that made a good shot and it went high. Looks like he did move a little bit left. Still looked like she missed right a little bit there, and got it right a little bit early, but because she moved, that blended out the ball reaction. It came off the spot a little bit flatter.
She can get 2 more to get to 203. Sherry Tan and Shannon Canfield, each with 212. And DZ with 171. Valentina Cruz with 171 as well.
And that one, she got to the spot much later, and the ball never hooked. It didn't have enough time to get back. So they're still tricky, especially if you're going to play those kind of angles.
.193 finish there for Valerie. We're going to move into Game 3 next here of qualifying round 1 at the PWBA Spokane Open from Lilac Lanes and Casino. My name's Aaron Smith alongside Curtis Von Kruger and Jason Thomas. We'll be back later today, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 local, for our second round, our second 6-game block, to determine our top 32 players advancing to Cashers round tomorrow morning. Of course, our tournament will conclude tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on BullTV.com. And as we get ready for Game 3, do want to take a quick second to recognize one of our apparel partners, Apparel EFX. Be sure to visit www.apparelefx.com for custom uniforms for all sports. Apparel EFX, a proud sponsor here on the PWBA Tour in 2021.
Because we know that ball, we know what it's going to do.
Taking a look at some of the scores up on the scoreboard as players move over here. See a couple decent games up there. Handful of 220s. 210 from Ashley, or 212 from Ashley Galante. So, but still kind of a mix of scores as well. And wasting no time, Ashley Galante will get things kicked off here. In Game 3, and as we talked about, got that to the friction very quickly. Crossing over for the Brooklyn Strike. Our lineup here on lanes 21 and 22 this game: Maria Belanova, Stephanie Zavala, Colette Larson, Ashley Galante, and Verity Crawley. And over on 23 and 24, Shannon O'Keefe, Shalyn Zolkeefley, Samantha Howe, Rocio Restrepo, and Caitlin Simpson.
Yeah, definitely. I just got back from a pilgrimage across the house, just kind of seeing where everyone is playing. And as we suspected, lots of reactive resin, pretty much all reactive resin going down the lanes, still playing in that zone right. But it does seem as though things have opened up across the house. Lots, although the low end seems lower scoring than the high end. So we'll see if that trend, if that's just a statistical anomaly, if it's anomalous, or if it is a trend. We'll find out here over the next few games. So,
Curtis, out of curiosity, since I am not there, how many lanes are at Lilac Lanes?
32 lane center. We've got 1 and 2, 31 and 32 out of play. But other than that, 32 lane, beautiful center. I love the exterior. I'll take another shot of the exterior for everybody, kind of get this feel for this place, and we'll post that on our Instagram too. So we might be having something go up on the Instagram here in a little bit, as promised. So we'll keep you guys as immersed in the experience as you can. If you can't make it out, obviously, if you can make it out to Lilac Lanes and Casino here in Spokane, you should. It's a good time. Aaron, we actually had a good time last night with a few of the players and a couple of the ball reps. They have an elite athlete training center here. Our guy Johnny turned on the big simulator for us yesterday, and we were hitting some golf balls, kicking some footballs here in an indoor simulating room they have in the bowling center. And who's really good at golf?
Who's that?
I'm blowing up her spot here. I was gonna get her to hustle some games here for me. Let's get some skins matches going here. Maria Jose Rodriguez.
How about that?
Is a phenomenal golfer. And then Steve, the Storm Rat. Steve can hit it hard. He was over 300 yards, smashing them in the simulator. The guy that ran it said he'd never seen anybody in the simulator hit it that far, so he was pretty proud. Matt McNeil there, Nathan Bohr, everybody having a good time. So yeah, thanks to Johnny here at this elite athlete training center here in the bowling center for letting us have a good time. Eat some Mexican food they had catered here by the in the bowling center. So all in all, a really good time. Rocio Restrepo, you see here, had a really nice game, second game. Verity Crawley going to be bowling on this pair. Stephanie Zavala. Stephanie Zavala missed practice yesterday, Aaron.
She did.
Not by her own volition. It was a cancellation of a flight out of California for her. And they canceled the flight and ended up getting in at 5:30 around pretty much for the end of practice. But she said she watched some bowl TV to get a feel for how the lanes were playing and using that wonderful tool, bowl TV. See, the pros even use it, ladies and gentlemen. But she looks like she didn't have a problem with the game one, but I spoke with her briefly after game two where she shot a buck 70, somewhere in that neighborhood. She's like, wow, that transition hit really, really fast. And it really seems like it has. And right now you're either loving it or you are hating it.
Well, I'll be curious once we get the recap, just kind of see how those players who did hit it pretty well in game one, how they fared in game two.
I'm lucky that our fantastic, inimitable, wonderful tournament director, Tennille Milligan, is handing me hot copies, literally fresh off the press, warm to the touch copies of scores. So as soon as I get one of those put in my hands, which will, I imagine, be relatively soon, we will compare and contrast game 1 scores to game 2.
And a few of the folks we know had solid games. Dasha Kovalova, 220s and 230s out of the gate so far, so she's managed it well. Kayleen Folks, 208 in the opener, followed up with 250s. So, there's two players right there who, put together solid first games and backed it up with another solid performance in the second game. Erin McCarthy, 195, and then we saw her shooting the 250s.
Yeah, well, I saw Verity Crawley shoot, as we see here on the feature pair, and just as I say it, Aaron Smith, Tennille Major Milligan photobombing us here, absolutely comes in for the clutch, and I have some scores here. Daphne Tan, 233, 237, leading the way at 70 over. Kayleen Folks with that 257 game puts her at 65 over in second place. Dasha Kovalova, 61 over, shot a 237 last game. Erin McCarthy, as you mentioned, 256. Daria Payok, super consistent, 221, 222. You like that? Sitting there in fifth place. Kelly Kulik in sixth place right now after a 197. She shoots 235 to put her at 32 over. Rena Sobo, which we saw here, which was on a pair just to the left of us of our feature pair, reeled off the front six, ends up shooting a 236, 28 over. Yada Horn in eighth place right now, shot a 213 after her 207 to put her at 20 over. Maria Balanova, the player from Russia, one of the fine rookies we have out here, and is also on this feature pair right now, is in ninth place, shot a 202. And Lindsay Boomershine, after having a front five, ended up coming out with a 223 to put her at 15 over after a 192 game of her first to round out the top 10. Still only 18 players in the positive, but you definitely see a lot of those buck 80 two-team game kind of progressions here for the second game.
Scores available online now as well. So big thank you to Tennille. Taking care of business there, getting us the score update.
Now talk about a tale of two cities here. Estefania Kobo shoots a $135 her first game, $135, and then reels off a 252 her next game to take a roundabout way to minus 13. So I think she came up to I believe, who was it, Matt McNeil maybe, game two, and she was like, I need help, and obviously they provided her with some, as she made a nice, as big a comeback there as you can make pretty much.
A few other players doing that. Stephanie Johnson from 133 in the opener to 222, so to get to minus 45. Sherry Tan, 147 to 212.
I mean, Jason Thomas, JT said it earlier, you give these players this type of condition, and it may fool them once, but you're not going to fool them again, so to speak. And they're going to figure it out.
Sounds like a great song for a loud classic rock band.
What the scoring website, you can go to PWBA.com and get score updates. There are no this week there was no live scoring. Obviously we love to have live scoring when we can get it, but there's certain equipment requirements that you have to have and able to get that. So Some centers have the capabilities and some don't. But Lilac Lane's doing a wonderful job getting ready here for this event. Really, really impressive way they keep up with this center. And I couldn't have asked. You pretty much just want to open all the doors. You don't even have to turn the air conditioning on. You just open up the doors and let the wonderful air come in. It is absolutely spectacular here, Aaron. You should be jealous. I'm trying to make you jealous.
I was already jealous by the golf simulator and the
JJ,
the tacos you guys got to have last night, and John Janowitz in person.
Yep.
Here I am in my big studio all by myself without any tacos or golf simulators or John Janowitz.
It is a beautiful studio.
It is a beautiful
Yes,
studio.
You are all
That is
alone.
true, but technically Bernie's still here from the Kickoff Classic series, so
Oh, nice.
he doesn't talk too much though.
The chairman. I love it. One of my favorite players, Shaylin Zul-Keefley. Here, Ashley Galante, starting off with the front four here. Come on, Ashley. Verity Crawley starting off with the front four here as well. So get a little dueling strikes here. Shaylin, 10 pin. We're going to ask a trivia question, see who remembers some information. When was the PWBA Tour last in Spokane? And who won? Or last in the Pac Northwest, I should say. When was the last time we were in the state of Washington? And who won? Rephrase that question. Ashley continues her strike streak. She's at 5 now. Verity's going to look to match her strike for strike here.
And we see the way that Verity is kind of attacking the lanes, and we talked about players kind of being in different zones, but she's not necessarily. That one's not going to hold,
No.
but she's not necessarily getting it quite out to the 1, 2, 3. They're kind of playing that. Kelly mentioned it yesterday, kind of the. Having a reactive resin ball kind of look like a urethane shot, and it kind of looks like she's trying to manage that part of the pattern a little bit more versus getting it out to the big friction out there on 1, 2, and 3. But delivers the front four. Now looking at the 6-10.
Friction. I talked to Chuck Gardner between games, and he was thinking that the players that are in trouble right now are the ones kind of in the middle. The medium rev rate, the medium hook, speed. You either have to be a player that likes to go straight, very aggressive, throwing it hard, or you have to have a lot of rev rate to be able to combat that very, very high volume, long, slick spot to the left. You either have to, like Mr. Miyagi said, you either have to go on one side of the road or the other side of the road. If you try to play the middle part of the road, you get squished like grape.
Don heard the answer last night. We did talk about it yesterday in practice session here in our podcast. So I'm just testing. You guys didn't know there was going to be a pop quiz today.
The answer also, part of the answer available on PWBA.com. If you read our preview story, it's mentioned. The year is mentioned in there.
And you have all the resources right here.
And if you really want to dig deep into PWBA.com, you can check out our past champions page.
Nice.
Use that Control F function, folks.
Oh yeah, it is very, very handy.
And Leila, I believe, was a former Miss Washington.
Did we just? We might have given the first name of the answer right there.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you gave the answer.
No. We haven't given the answer yet.
Well, dang it.
But you haven't given it away.
Okay.
It's still, I think.
Did I say the name, or did I just say the winner of the event was actually a former?
You said the first name.
Well, that kind of messes it up a little bit. Doesn't it? Gosh, come on, Jay.
Come on, Jace. Come on. All right. Don Johnson says Leila Wagner. Got half the answer there. We walled it up for you, Don. And
Thanks to Jason.
Thanks to Jace.
I'm so busy watching bowling and trying to figure out this pattern that I am not listening to what you guys are doing. So silly me. Oh man.
1986 in Tacoma at the Hammer Western Open. Leila Wagner took it home. Last time the PWBA or whatever conglomeration of it has been in the Pac Northwest in Washington.
God, guys, I'm the worst.
It's okay.
Just take my microphone away.
Give me your gun and badge.
I don't know where you, there you go.
Then I ask you, why do you have a gun and badge?
Yeah, right.
Standard issue for both TV staff.
Well, a chance for redemption here for anyone who wants to get crazy out there. If they can name who the runner-up was in that event. Which there is less hints out there available.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm saying nothing.
To the father, nothing.
I watched some bowling. I mentioned I talked to Chuck Gardner. He's been watching Shannon O'Keefe. She struggled a little bit the first two games. And, Chuck thought that she was trying to shape the ball a little bit too much. Playing a little bit straighter angle this game. She's got 3-bagger, 9 spare strike. So she's a player who you might think might be in the middle road there. But she does have a pretty high rev rate, and she can get right on top of it and slow the ball speed down and just hit the heck out of the ball and get it to hook in that soup left of 3. But she could also go to the right, and she can throw it as hard as anybody out here. So she really has some options. But interestingly enough, it looked like she tried to play a lot further left those first couple of games, and now she's going to square up a bit.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Or a right answer. Lori Nichols. That is correct. 248 to 226. That game. Take home that title, the Hammer Western Open. But the Pac Northwest has always been a really great bowling area. It's just a lot of tournaments. Obviously, some really great bowlers coming out of this region. Obviously, probably the most recognizable would probably be the Medford Meteor, you would say? Pac Northwest?
Yeah, Earl Anthony was pretty recognizable.
Oh, yeah, I forget that he's from the Pac Northwest. Maybe.
Yeah, but yeah.
Ernie Schlegel?
Yeah,
there you go.
Earl moved to Northern California, so whereas Marshall still resides in the Northwest, so I would probably give it to him. Ernie Schlegel, obviously, yeah,
From Vancouver, USA, as he
Yeah.
would always say.
He was the first pro bowler whose autograph I received. And he signed his autograph, Ernie Schlegel, Vancouver, USA.
Yep, that is correct.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting fact. Lori and Leila were roommates on tour at that time when they beat each other.
Leila bought dinner.
Yeah, Leila definitely bought dinner. I love it. We have some informed individuals in the Bowl TV chat, and I love it.
Very knowledgeable crowd here at lovely Lilac Lanes in Spokane, Washington.
They always say that, right? Very knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Very knowledgeable crowd.
Very knowledgeable. And here we see a bowler that is probably bowling as good as anybody on tour right now, if not better. And that is Verity Crawley. Yeah, Chris Warren was in Oregon for a long time. I actually saw Chris we saw him in Arlington. He dropped by the ITRC for a little while. I got a chance to talk with Chris. Squeaks, as they call him. Always great to see Chris. Always good to talk to Squeaks and catch up. And he's another player.
Hugh Miller is the
He was
player
from Seattle. Yeah, Seattle. Obviously, his has a connection to Arkansas State. Justin. He used to take Justin out on tour with him back in the 90s. Well, Jillian, we will throw out some more trivia questions here for you guys. I'll come up with some stuff. Ryan Smith, that's another one. I always love Ryan's game.
Oh, yeah.
I always love his game. Smooth.
I got a great Ryan Smith story.
Oh, great. As you should.
Yeah, if you guys want to hear it. I'm actually going in right now and checking to see if we have that show in the vault.
Oh, Dave Husted. Hold on. Dave Husted. Yeah, how could we forget Husted?
I was waiting on.
How about?
I mean, Jeannie Nacarado is the one that's. I'm surprised no one has mentioned yet.
Yeah, of course.
So.
I mean, we started, but I mean, we did. In fairness, we've kind of gone down the list still. I mean, Marshall Holman and Earl are still kind of, still Marshall.
Well, considering I gave the answer away to the trivia question, I can't say that we're currently doing a good job right now on Bowl TV. But
whoa! Speak for yourself, sir.
One bad apple can spoil the whole bunch. But I will tell the Brian Smith story. So we had a PBA event in Seattle. I was currently at the time working for the PBA. And so we had an idea that we would take some of the local players out and bowl league with league bowlers, right? We went to a few of the local leagues. And so Brian Smith was one of the players that we took out. And we arranged it with a few different leagues. And we basically allowed Brian and a few other players to bowl league with local league bowlers, just like they would in a pro-am. And he would bowl one game on one pair, and then he would move to another pair and bowl another game, and then he'd move to another pair and bowl the third game, and just kind of cruise with the bowlers and try to get them to come out and watch the event.
I just want to say this does not sound USBC certified at all.
Well, it wasn't, but there wasn't anything untoward going on. It was Brian got to bowl, and obviously his scores did not count. But his scores were quite impressive. He averaged over 266 for the 9 games that he bowled in 3 different bowling centers on 3 different pairs in each center. And I have to say the league bowlers were quite impressed with his prowess. I believe he bowled 2 800s and a 780 something in those 3 sets. So not a bad little player.
No, he as it says, one national title right here, and it was the Masters. Thank you, Jeannie, for that information. But one of those journeyman players out on tour, you know, he made money, he did well, he made shows, match play. But it just goes to show you he's a great player, amazing bowler, but it's hard to win out on the national tours. It is absolutely hard to win. It's absolutely hard to win out on the women's tour. And that's why it means so much when it finally happens.
Yeah, it's a true point. I mean, Brian Smith, you know, he made a living out there. He did very well. He has his own business now, and he's still in the bowling industry, as far as I'm aware, and has done very well. But man, he was a good player. And like you said, you know, as many shows as he made and as much money as he made, just the one title just shows you how great these players are.
Ryan Schaefer is another player that made so much money and so many shows and so many second places. But just it's hard to break through.
Jillian Tracy mentioning Dublin Bowl, Earl Anthony's Dublin Bowl. Great place. Bowled many tournaments there. In fact, my last tournament as a professional bowler was at Dublin Bowl.
Was that the career limiting?
No. That I don't count that as, because by then I had already retired. Curtis is talking about a regional that I bowled while working for PWBA, which was my last. It wasn't my last. I came back and bowled after I left the PWBA. Bowled a few regionals, but this was the last one that I bowled under the auspices that I would give a professional bowler in a career. It was at Earl Anthony's Dublin Bowl. It was a doubles tournament. I bowled with Curtis Woods.
Curtis Woods. I love Curtis.
Who doesn't?
that man will make you wow.
He's the funniest guy ever.
Yes, absolutely.
I will tell you a quick Curtis Woods story.
Please tell
just
all
to
of them.
illustrate how funny he is. So we were at an event that he was helping with, and I was looking for a mouse for one of our broadcasting devices, and I'm walking around, and he could tell I was, lost and searching for something. He said, "Hey, what are you looking for, Jason?" And I said, "I'm looking for a mouse." And he goes, "Oh yeah, no problem. We've got a bunch of them in the kitchen. Why don't you come follow me?"
Oh man,
It's not one of those kind of mouses.
Moosin. Too much fun out here. Judy says Ryan belongs in the Hall of Fame. Ryan Schaefer does. And that's always been a question. He made so much money, but he doesn't technically meet the minimum qualifying requirements to be in the Hall of Fame. From a PBA perspective. Let me be specific about that. From a PBA perspective.
It's kind of an interesting discussion, really. I mean,
great shot by Shaylin there. That was with authority. We'll see. Samantha Howe has her sister and mother, all professional bowlers. Obviously, Felicia Wong is Samantha's sister. Great Team Canada player. Eugene McCune. Yeah, Eugene McCune. Another one of those players, Jason, from the Pac Northwest.
Oh, look at that. That's one you don't see every day. Lower six pin in the pocket.
That's the second time we've had that on that lane today so far, too. Gigi had one of those in game one.
Yeah, it's really a symptom of, the pattern being long and the ball making up so much ground those last few feet. And both those players like to see the ball hook late.
Yeah, if he were to win more events for the PWBA 50, he would qualify. Ron Moore being a player that did that, won just pretty much every senior event you could win, and was inducted in the Hall of Fame in 2018, I believe it was. But that is an interesting discussion. Hall of Fame careers.
Yeah, and it depends a lot on what Hall of Fame you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the USBC Hall of Fame, there's the PBA Hall of Fame, there's all the local halls of fame.
I'm sure he'll make it into his local bare minimum, his local Hall of Fames. He's from New York, right? New York? Yeah, New York. Yeah, it's the majors, man. The majors tell the story, friend. I agree with you. And it makes you just impressed when you got a player like Anthony Simonson, who became Hall of Fame eligible already in his career, and he's like, early 20s, mid 20s.
Yeah.
Nice shot there to set up the 10th frame for Shannon O'Keefe. She has 237 still out there.
Starting to figure it out, Aaron. And plenty of time. I mean, I thought when I saw this pattern yesterday, it wasn't very clear in my mind what the scores would be like, but I figured somebody would average 230 on the pattern, and somebody, and the cut would be around even.
Yeah, that seems to be to make sense.
And it again is one of those patterns, we've seen them a lot lately, where, if you need a 250 or 260 to make the cut, it's there. If you can figure out a way to hold it together and bowl a solid game, it's not like you have to get lucky to shoot one of those big games. There's some room out there to miss if you're in the right spot. It's just not easy.
It's where the technical knowledge and the understanding of your equipment and transition really come into play. It's being the well-rounded bowler, not just a physically gifted bowler.
It's a very different mindset. Even if the scores are going to be not ridiculously low, but they're going to be on the lower side, where 200 is a good score. But it's a different mentality when you're bowling on something like we saw at the Summer Classic Series, the last pattern. That was a very, very difficult pattern, and you knew if you needed 220, that was going to be a tall order. And there weren't a lot of 240s and 250s out there to be had. Whereas this, the mentality is, hey, it's gettable. and it's just kind of fun to watch because when you know you can shoot 250, but then you end up shooting 170, it might be even more frustrating than just knowing that 220 is a good score and shooting those 170s, because it's kind of teasing you that, hey, if you take a few little chances here, you might be able to shoot 250 or 260.
Just dangling the carrot.
You could try something a little different than what you're doing right now that might not be quite as safe.
Hey,
there might be some 260s out there. Why don't you try it?
And that's a really good point, Jason. And as you'll probably see them get a lot more aggressive block 2 as they realize, hey, wait a minute, I got some ground to make up here. I need to take a lot more risks and chances. And it could end up with a dramatic comeback or a dramatic charge to the cashers round, somebody who's able to put a series of games together late by taking some big chances.
Yeah. We still don't know what they're going to look like these last 3 games. But they certainly don't look like they're impossible, right? I mean, it certainly looks like players are starting to figure them out. There's that big cliff of oil. 3 left is starting to blend out a little bit. And, if you need to make a run, you can. Shannon O'Keefe. Possible 237. That would get her on the right side of plus.
Rock on.
One player's already made that transition to the right side of plush. Ashley Galante with her 235. Now started this game at minus 27, so now at plus 8.
Light mixer there for Verity. She needed that to feel good about the end of things. 213 had a strong start, a little bit of a interesting middle of her game there, but 213 for Verity. And Shannon put that first shot in the 10th, buried it in the pocket. And she looks hungry. Could shoot 237 herself.
Nice game there from Colette Larson from Spokane. 227, back 5.
Wait, can I say it, Aaron?
Sure.
Let's go.
All right, Shannon into the 230s now with that double.
Come on.
She was minus 30, so
that's most likely going to get her plus for the day. So for the day so far. And you imagine she might be that one of those players, like you said, the medium rev rate kind of hurt her early, but as things open up, she's going to be playing, hey, just kind of keep things in play, games 1 and 2 maybe, and then let the shot kind of come to you. 233 for Shannon. Excuse me.
Oh, you did it. You did it, Curtis.
I did it.
See, I told you we were doing a terrible job.
Terrible job, y'all. Just terrible job. Just pack it in. Just pack it in.
Wow, Curtis is a genius.
I'm a genius. Oh, my goodness.
How did you know?
I'm the black cloud. I always know.
The all-knowing.
All powerful. I'm building a band of Urukai.
So to get off this subject, Dan Sasaki mentioned that Curtis Wood's daughter will be bowling the U.S. Women's Open at Double Decker Lanes next week. So we'll probably get to see Curtis out there watching. So I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
A lot of great young talent. I think with the success of Jillian Martin, I think we're going to see a lot more young players getting involved in bowling. just in general. I mean, there's just been so much positive publicity from Jillian's success, and then also her appearance on Fox and Friends, and that's just fantastic news for the industry. And then, of course, the huge announcement earlier this week that the U.S. Women's Open will be televised on CBS Sports Network, and $100,000 top prize, and basically a boost to the prize fund across the board. That should get a lot of players thinking about dusting off the bowling balls and giving it a try.
It's quite incredible. And you said it's 50,000. Is it? Doth my ears deceive me? And when I heard it was 50,000 for second,
Correct.
25,000 for third,
Yes.
12,000 for fourth,
15.
15,000.
Yes.
That's a lot of money. That's a good amount of money right there.
It is.
So you're just playing you make the show. You're having a decent year all of a sudden.
It's just like winning a standard event. It's actually a little better than winning a standard event.
And it's also the U.S. Open.
Correct. I mean, the U.S. Open is the U.S. Open. I remember when I was working for the PBA, Robert Smith had won the U.S. Open, and then the next year they bumped the prize fund up $100,000 first prize, and I think Robert won $30,000 the year he won. And happened to be in the audience at the show. It was at Fountain Bowl the next year. And they interviewed him before the show started and asked him, "Hey, don't you wish you would have won the U.S. Open this year instead of last year? You would have won a lot more money." And he said, it doesn't matter. It's the U.S. Open. You no one can ever take it away from you once you win, and it's the most important title to win out here. So I'm happy with the fact that I won the U.S. Open.
Yeah, you just take the win no matter what.
And that is the right answer, because that when these players look back, I mean, money's fantastic. It's great. I'm super happy. It's going to be life-changing for somebody when they win that tournament next week. But when they look back on it 20 years from now, the most important thing is going to be that trophy and the fact that they were the U.S. Open champion. So really looking forward to next week for obvious reasons and a number of reasons.
The open of the 10th there from Caitlin Simpson will wrap up game 3. We're going to get ready for game 4 coming up next here from the PWBA Spokane Open, Lilac Lanes and Casino in Spokane, Washington. But before game 4 gets underway, I want to give a shout out to one of our accessory partners here on the PWBA Tour, Master. For more than 50 years, Master Industries has been recognized worldwide as the leading manufacturer of premium high-performance bowling products. You can learn more by visiting them online, www.bowlwithmaster.com. So big shout out to Master for their continued support here of the PWBA Tour. Taking a look at the lineup here, joining us in game number 4 on 21 and 22. We're going to see Stephanie Johnson, Angie Ramirez-Perea, Sabrina Groves, and Brianna Clemmer. While over on 23 and 24, Jada Horn, Felicia Wong, Abby Ragsdale, Josie Barnes, and Brianna Cote. Our first look here at Brianna Cote, who's had a real nice season so far here in 2021. Captured a victory early on at the ITRC Classic, her second career win on tour. Made 4 shows so far overall this year, including a pair at the Summer Classic Series. So some momentum for Bree heading into these events. Actually sits in 6th place overall. Looking at points, just a couple of events left to go this season.
The brace on Brianna's hand is kind of new. It's a tool she has in a tool belt. It actually helps her throw it slower. Surprisingly enough. It does help her throw it a little slower, keeps her speed down. I had an opportunity to actually talk about that with her during the block. So, good question. Good pickup there. She is definitely not a player that needs the brace in any way, shape, or form to give her power, because she can do that. She can do that all on her own.
Get our first look at Felicia Wong, former contestant on the Gauntlet.
Yes, she was.
Member of Team Canada.
Her and Valerie Bercier went head-to-head. And it was hilarious. It was one of my favorite episodes.
That was a good one. I enjoyed the no apologies.
Yes. The Canadian rules were in effect. You got deducted a point if you apologized for anything. There are no apologies on the Gauntlet.
Only afterwards, when you find out how low your score is, are you allowed to apologize.
I thought that nobody could get as bad as, surprisingly, a team that I thought would have crushed it, and that was the Richards sisters, Jordan Haley. Really low scoring event there when they had her on the on the gauntlet. But the Bone Brothers managed to scoop that record at junior gold, as they pretty much didn't answer anything correct. But at least they know how to bowl. Keep the bowling.
That's right.
Stick to bowling.
Well, the big one there was they had no idea about Harry Potter.
Yes.
That was the big disappointment.
That.
Right there.
How are you raising these kids,
Right,
Leslie and
exactly.
Parker? Come on.
Yes. Right. I mean, can you even have a childhood now without Harry Potter being involved?
Harry Potter. If you were to be sorted there, Jason, let's see the houses here. Put the sorting hat on, Jason. What house are you sorted to? I'm going to ask that to Aaron Smith if you've seen Harry Potter, Aaron. And you're giving me that look.
This is bad.
This is bad.
Well, at least you have an excuse. You weren't a kid
Yeah, absolutely.
when
You're an adult.
it all happened.
We'll take that in the chat as well. What house would you get sorted to in Harry Potter? I'm going to start here. Little controversy. I'm a Hufflepuff.
That makes sense. I believe it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not going to answer the question. I'm going to tell a story, though, about Harry Potter. So I'm one of those weird people that likes to read. And so I read the books. And I desperately wanted to know how it would end. So I bought Deathly Hallows as soon as it came out. And so I had a production meeting with for Extra Frame at the time. We had Tim Mack and Jason Couch that were going to help us out with some commentary during the World Series of Bowling. And so I brought my Harry Potter book to the meeting with me. I was carrying it wherever I was going because I had to find out what happens to Harry Potter in the end. Is he going to kill Voldemort? What's going to happen? So we have the meeting, and Jason Couch, who, as many people know, is a very smart alecky individual. I have a great relationship with him.
I love Jason.
He's a wonderful person. I love him.
I've got
and
stories.
in fact, at one point, I bowled a tournament, a PBA event, and he said, "Hey, why don't you just give me half the money you were going to use to enter? Let me kick you between the legs in the parking lot, and we'll just call it a day." Right, so it's hilarious. It's just funny. But he was right. So that's Jason. So Jason, at the end of the meeting, goes, "Hey, what you got there?" And I was like, "Hey, it's the new Harry Potter book." He goes, "Well, I guess we're not going to be talking about the AFC East in this production meeting." And I'm like, "Hey, just because I read Harry Potter doesn't mean I don't watch football." And at least I know what's happening with Harry Potter. And
You
Voldemort. You don't.
You don't.
Exactly. So anyway, I think if I were in Harry Potter,
Gryffindor.
I would probably, God, I'd hate to say it, but I would probably be a Gryffindor.
No, you would. I can say that with assurance.
Yeah.
You're definitely a Gryffindor. But other players that we can sort here, I've got the standings.
Okay.
Let's
sort
standings.
them while you give the scores.
All right, Daphne Tan.
Daphne is, I'm going to go with Hufflepuff.
I like it. 72 over, shot a 202. Kayleen Foltz, our top amateur right here. I'm going to say Gryffindor.
Okay. I'm good with that.
70 over, Dasha Kovalova.
I'm going to definitely go with Slytherin.
Yes,
on that. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
We are absolutely making Slytherin look good, though. Making Slytherin look good. 206. She's in 67 over, third place. Erin McCarthy, Gryffindor.
Yes.
Absolutely, Gryffindor.
Correct.
She's got that heroic
Oh yeah.
kind of.
Well, I mean, she's a hero in real life.
Absolutely, in real life.
Yeah.
Frontline worker in the medical field, has been on the front lines of everything. Our gratitude to that young lady a million times over. Kelly Kulik.
Kelly is Gryffindor.
Gryffindor. Daria Pio.
Daria is
Ravenclaw.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, she is a little. I mean, she's quirky, but she's not like Dasha quirky,
No.
right? So yeah, Ravenclaw. Yeah.
Rena Sobo is in 7th place, 41 over. I don't know if we can make an educated guess on that.
Well, I mean, I watched her bowl a little bit, and I watched her personality, and I'm going to put her a couple bucks.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Here's an interesting one. Right here. Maria Jose Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
She's in 8th place right now, 33 over, shot a 228 her second game. Maria Jose Rodriguez. Slytherin?
I think, yeah, she's got a little bit of Slytherin tendencies in her, but yeah, let's just go with that. Yeah. Yep. I think yeah, if you get to know her, the more you know her, the more Slytherin you think she is.
Yes.
Right? But if you don't know her, you'd probably put her in Gryffindor.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Verity Crawley, the actual
absolute
Gryffindor. She is like the Harry Potter of the tour, though.
Yeah.
Like she is Gryffindor.
She's Hermione Granger.
Yeah. She is Hermione. Yes, absolutely. I love it. And she'll say some stuff that you'll take a double take because she has this like such a sweet disposition, and she's a lovely individual. Saw her in the airport heading home from Arlington. But she is also super smart
as hell.
and can hit you with that sarcasm when you least expect it.
Yeah.
I love it. And then we've got Verity Crawley at 9. She's 17 over, 181, 223, 2 team. So kind of slogging along here. We've actually had the number of players in the positive go down. Maria Balanova from Russia.
Yeah.
16 over, buck 99 her last game. Where is Maria going?
I would probably put her in Ravenclaw.
I 100% agree with you there. And that rounds out our top 10 Harry Potter sorted PWBA players. I'm going to ask them and see if they agree with their sorting later on today, and I'll update you on our hit miss record. So,
yeah, John Robinson, we agree. He says, when the ladies listen to this, I hope they don't cast a spell on you too.
You know what? They cast a spell on me every week with their amazing bowling, and it's a mesmerizing spell.
That's right. Absolutely correct.
Jeannie Franklin says Verity is Hermione's twin.
Yep.
And I can't agree more. So yeah, it looks like it looks like that third game kind of got to a lot of players. Looking for the high game right now. Lots of buck 80s, 230s, 2 teens. And it looks like, oh wow, Julia Bond shoots 143 that game. Sydney Brummett shoots a 226 after a buck 37. So she had a nice bounce back there. But the high game I'm seeing here might be Shannon O'Keefe. Ashley Galante shoots a 235. That's high game for game 3. So another jump back. You had a couple players shooting 250, 260 game 2, and then back down for game 3.
Yeah, I just think there's going to be a lot of bouncing around as this transition starts to happen, and I think, what Julia ran into there was being, one of those in-between players, where because the fronts are starting to hook a little bit, it forced her off that spot where she was able to use the friction to the right. She doesn't quite have enough rev rate to, play in that, the very slick part of the lane. And so she's got so many tricks that I'm sure she's going to figure it out, but there are landmines out there. Stephanie Johnson, kind of an interesting player to watch here. You know, you would assume that she would bowl well early on this pattern, and then have to try to find a way to survive the middle part of the block. And then once they start to get a little bit towards the end of the block, you'd figure she would get them again. So you would assume that this is about the time when they would start to come back to her again.
There, Ashley Gauncy trying to put together another decent game, double, and then she get pocket fours in the third. You don't ever get pocket fours, but double, and then trying to put together a three-bagger over there. She had a nice game. Last game here on the featured pair with a 235. So trying to put after a 161, she's gone 2-teen, 230 to put her at 8 over in 12th place. So Ashley's kind of trying to move up the scoreboard. She is on our feature, not on our featured pair, but she's going to be on lanes 25 through 28 if you want to check out what Ashley's doing.
Felicia Wong with a nice game going here. Open four-bagger. And she's minus 24 going into this game. One of the few lefties in the field. I don't exactly know why we don't see as many lefties on the PWBA tour. It's a little bit of a mystery. Obviously, there's a long history of success on the left side. Some of the greatest players of all time were Portsiders. Tisha Johnson, Alita Sill, Davidson. So many great left-handers in the history of the PWBA Tour, among the all-time winningest. Patty Costello. And Alicia, comes out and bowls a few events here and there on the PWBA Tour. Outstanding collegiate career. Also, as mentioned, a member of Team Canada, so still top-notch international player. Brand Deacon mentioning a couple other lefties who have been some of the most successful in the history of the tour. Dottie Fothergill, Millie Martorella. Kara Honeychurch, yeah, that's another good name there. Shalyn Zukifli with the front 6 over on 27 and 28. Make that the front 7. Caitlin Simpson also with the front 6 on that same pair. If you want to see some strikes, check out that channel on the navigation. In fact, if we get another couple of strikes, I think we'll probably switch over there to 27 and 28. Caitlin finally did miss in the 7th frame, but Shalyn still with the front 7. Yeah, Tiffany Stanbro, Dana Miller-Mackey, Paula Carter. So many great lefties in the history of the PWBA. Again, just not sure why we don't see more. Obviously, Shannon Plahowski. Probably the top lefty out here who bowls on a regular basis. Sherry Tan bowls occasionally, but she's always in the hunt whenever she comes out. Angie Ramirez Perea. She's actually bowling here this week in front of us right now. Yeah, of course, we mentioned Tish. She was first name that I did mention. Shalyn drops the front 8 now over on 27 and 28. So things getting serious over there. We'll, in a moment, just jump over and check her out. A lot of strikes over there on 27 and 28. Got Caitlin Simpson with a possible 279. Rocio Restrepo can still shoot 259. Shannon O'Keefe can shoot 220, which isn't too shabby. Samantha Howe can shoot 238. And there we go. So we'll look here at Samantha Howe. With the light mixer to carry. So Samantha can still shoot 238. Caitlin Simpson, really good player, local player who we've seen bowl out on tour. It shows in the past. Shooting a big game here in game number 4. Also has a couple of pretty famous labradoodles, bowling labradoodles, who were actually here in attendance yesterday. Ball jumps high, so fortunate just to leave the 3-6. Yeah, James asks a good question in the chat. When is the next tournament that Jillian Martin will be bowling? That will be next week. She's going to be competing in the U.S. Women's Open. So it should be a lot of fun. I would go out on a limb and say if I had to pick my top 5 favorites for next week, I think she would make the list. Which is pretty amazing.
Coming off the top rope early there, JT. I like it.
Yeah, no, I mean, the way she bowled last week on a very difficult, challenging pattern and really bowled well on all 3 patterns. But the way she was able to just kind of grind everybody out and win all those matches, I mean, that's what you need to do at the U.S. Women's Open. So, as long as she doesn't have any disasters, the first 3 days, one of those patterns, and she can just kind of hang in there and make the cut, I really like her chances.
Put up an incredible 20-4 record through match play at the Bowl TV Classic. Technically 21-4 with her win in the championship match.
Yeah, when I talked to her afterwards, she was actually a little bit upset that she didn't go 22-2 because she missed a couple of spares in 2 of the matches to give those matches away.
Yeah, it was very steady throughout those. That was the one thing I forgot who mentioned it. It might have been Curtis. It might have been you, JT, that she really never had the 160, the 170 games out there. As tough as that pattern played, she found a way to get to, her bad games were 190 and her good games were 220 to 230. So it was never, super highs or super lows. She was just very consistent across the plane on that tough oil pattern and was able to get it done. But right now, Shalin Zulkifli getting it done in game 4, 9 for 9. Shalin so far today, +4. Games of 192, 220, and 192. We'll see if she can add one more here. Ready to get up on lane at 28. Hoping to make it 10 in a row. And 4 pin. It's going to slow her down there.
Awfully good shot.
Mm-hmm. A chance to get into the 270s. Still out there with the spare, and going to be a big jump for Shalin. So going to hop right up to the plus 80 mark with the spare here.
Keith catches her first strike on that left lane. His little facetious celebration. She can shoot 220 with a couple more strikes.
I am undefeated. Sorry, everybody. The black cloud struck.
Or didn't strike.
Or didn't strike. That's the problem. I'll take full credit. I'll take full responsibility for that. So hopefully we'll get him next time. Tennille Milligan predicted 300 games this week. Are you taking the over, or are you taking the under Jason Thomas?
I'll take the under. I think there will be one, but 3's a lot.
3's a lot. Aaron Smith.
I have to follow suit. I think 3 might be a little.
So let's I'm gonna reset the over under, and we're gonna set it at 2.5.
Still take the under.
Still take the under. Aaron Smith still on the under.
Yes.
2.5 over under. Bull TV chat. You taking the over? You taking the under? 300 games set at 2.5. Even. Money. Under. It looks like the world is. Maybe that was a little of a regret. Maybe I should have been.
I'm gonna reset the over.
Vegas is
once again
just reset the. Vegas is resetting the under. Found out we had an injured player, so they're just getting home field advantage. 1.5 is the number. 1.5 is a little bit of an interesting one.
Oh, we got one over.
One over. I love it. Ramon Delgado, thank you.
But which over is he taking? Because we've had 3 of them now.
The 1.5, 2, and I'm just going to keep going. 1.5, 2.5.
Right here, half.
How many people are taking over on the half? Richard says over. We'll keep it. We'll keep it at 1.5. 1.5 is the over under. I like it. I'm taking the over.
$278, the final tally there for Shalin. She's going to get to plus 82. Shannon O'Keefe's going to be at plus 23 after 220, finally figuring out that left lane in the 10th.
Will Levy way under. Kind of reminds me of the King of Broadway. I wear a tuxedo that's 2 weeks overdue. Way overdue.
More if Lulu Bull says more if you don't switch to watch.
Yeah.
So does a 300 in the woods with no one around to see it actually happen? And apparently the answer is yes.
It does, but yes, it doesn't get a lot of views on social media, which is important, especially if you ask my kids.
I do not know what ball Ashley Galante is throwing, but I can figure that out. It's got some surface on it, a little bit of lane shine.
And it's black.
And it's a Brunswick ball. So these things we know to be true.
With that particular bowling ball, Ash is going to finish with 196. Caitlin Simpson keeping it going into the 250s, can make it 267. Curtis is back.
Yeah, it looks like an update on Ashley Galante's ball. The Black Widow 2.0 is what she is throwing. 196 that game. Not, I mean, you take your 190s. You'd rather be shooting those. Staying in the 2.0s, 190s is going to keep you in play. Pop off a couple of big ones. Get your 230, your 250 when you can, and you'll find yourself definitely in the casters round with the possibility of doing more.
Wow. I mean, it's very rare that you see Verity leave a washout where she doesn't miss more than 2 right at her target. I mean, that one never got very far right at all. It just hit that speed bump. And, that's what makes Nick Hoagland's pattern so tricky in a lot of cases, is that normally when the fronts start to hook, you can just move left and then they become easy. That's not how Nick operates. He builds these speed bumps down the lane so that you can't just shove it left with your feet and throw it anywhere you want once they start to open up. He still makes it incumbent on you to, that's a great spare conversion there. But he just makes it so tricky that, not only do you have to get your feet in the right place, but you also have to have the right touch. You have to have the right speed control. You have to match your rev rate. All of it has to be working together, or you're not going to be hitting the pocket. And, the thing is, I think Verity liked that shot. And she got 5 and missed the head pin. Let's see what she does here. And when you like a shot and you get 5, that means you're not going to try that anymore.
Don't do that one. Don't do that again.
And then you take out a different ball, and the ball goes Brooklyn. So they're still awfully tricky.
Reminds me of a joke. Man walks into a doctor's office and says, Doc, you got to help me. Every time I press my stomach here, and here, it hurts. And he points to different places on his stomach. And the doctor looks around, feels his stomach for a while, and says, man, what's going on? And then he grabs his hand and says, your finger's broken.
I see what you did there.
So if your finger's broken, stop pushing. Try something different. My grandfather actually would tell that as a Texas A&M joke. A Texas A&M Aggie walks into a doctor's office. And you can really just apply it to any, like I would say an Alabama Crimson Tide fan or alumni walks into,
Yeah.
So you can apply it to whatever you want.
Yes.
It's good stuff. A joke I appreciate a lot more now that I am a father.
Dad joke.
Absolutely the dad joke.
What was a top tier dad joke right there? All right, folks. Dad jokes aside, time for game 5 here from the PWBA Spokane Open from Lilac Lanes and Casino, Spokane, Washington. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Curtis Von Kruger and Jason Thomas. 2 games left to go here in our opening round of qualifying. As we continue on here, I want to give a shout out to 3G. 3G shoes provide unparalleled value and performance to match your skill level. From their top-of-the-line Tour Ultra to the budget-priced kicks, 3G makes sure every single pair of shoes is built for durability, comfort, and style. Be sure to visit 3gbowling.com to pick up the best shoe style for your game. Big thank you to 3G, a proud partner here, the PWBA Tour in 2021.
I got another dad joke for you, Aaron. What is red and smells like blue paint?
What's that, Curtis?
Red paint.
I like the first one better.
Oh, of course. You miss Lynn's bowling shoes. Yeah, my dad was a Lynn's shoe wearer. Back before replaceable heels, they would carry like a roll-up shoe bag that you kind of like throw out and unroll, and it has all the different shoes with different soles on them. And then I remember when they had the coin, like the replaceable coins in the bottom of the shoe, where you pry out different shoes. It would be definitely my jokes. But what do you think, JT? What's worse, your singing or my jokes?
They're both bad. The question is, you ever see the movie Argo?
With Steve Buscemi? No, that's Fargo.
Yes.
Argo with Ben Affleck.
I've actually seen this one. I've seen
Yes.
the movie you guys are talking about.
Yeah. So there's a scene in Argo where they're trying to decide what to do, and they get to the end of their pitch, and the guy asks him, "Hey, is this the best idea you have?" And he goes, "No, this is the best bad idea that I have. They're all bad. This is just the best bad idea that I have." So I guess, we're picking between a couple of really bad ideas. It's hard to decide.
Let's get a vote. Official Bowl TV chat vote. What's worse, my singing or my jokes or JT's singing?
As folks ponder on that, let's get a rundown of our lineup here for game number 5 over on 25 and 26 to your left. We have Chloe Bartlett, Sarah Jackson, two local players here, Clara Guerrero, Bernice Lim, and Jennifer Couples. And over on 27 and 28, Catherine Rosthorn, another player out of the Washington State area, Summer Jasmine, Danielle McEwen, Carrie Smith, and Charlene Palos. So well represented once again from Washington State here.
We got a lot of mixed reaction here. A couple of definitive answers. I like it's a trick question. They're both bad. So, Dan, you win the day for that. Although I appreciate Jennifer. Thank you. A lot of it's a tie. Kimberly says she needs to hear the singing. She needs a sample size.
but she may regret it. And no, not may. You definitely would regret it.
I'll name drop some musical theater here later, and get JT singing. Maybe we can get him doing a Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, we could do that. My son played Wishnik.
Yeah,
So I know some of the songs. I know King of Broadway, which I
just referenced.
Yeah, but it's a little racy. So
Yeah, we'll
probably avoid that one.
we'll keep it PG. Definitely no Book of Mormon. My favorite musical out right now, I don't think this is going to be a mystery to Jason Thomas, but it's Hamilton. And there's a reason I'm bringing this up, and there's actually a bowling through line here. Brian O'Keefe, our now Team USA coach, is a massive Hamilton fan, had a chance to watch it on Disney Plus, and fell in love with the musical. So he and I had a bonding moment over our love of Lin-Manuel Miranda. And he actually wrote an email to Lin-Manuel Miranda saying, hey, and he dropped that he was like Team USA coach for bowling. He was like, hey, I'm not asking for anything, but if you ever need anything in the bowling industry, that's one area I'm pretty well connected in. So hopefully he'll get if anybody knows Lin-Manuel Miranda, Brian O'Keefe really wants to talk to him, because, and this is a serious note, we all had those moments during the pandemic that it was the darkest before the dawn kind of thing. And obviously it's not great right now, but he said that Hamilton got him through at times when he was really depressed. And I think that's something we can all relate to at one point or another during these last couple of years. And so it was just such a mood lifter for him, and he was immensely grateful for that. So a very cool little bit of information there, a little inside the head of somebody that is very well respected and loved out here in the bowling world. Kingpin, the Broadway show. I would love to see a Kingpin musical. That would be phenomenal. Stephanie Alexander says Brian can sing every word of Hamilton. Absolutely. Even Guns and Chips, which is one of the more difficult tongue-tying Lafayette Marquis de Lafayette numbers. Talking to GW, tell him to get Hamilton back in action. But yeah, no, it's definitely cool. I would pay to see Kingpin the musical, and I would love to play Ernie McCracken in said musical.
I think the last time I sang on Gold TV was a Hamilton song. I think You'll Be Back.
You'll be back.
You're like, you ever watched the SpongeBob movie?
I have not.
Oh gosh, it's so good. So there's a scene in the SpongeBob movie where SpongeBob and Patrick go into this biker bar, and they're trying to get them to reveal some information. But SpongeBob and Patrick are not going to give that information away. And so they start singing this song. It's called the Goofy Goober song. And nobody can resist singing the Goofy Goober song once you hear a line or two of it. That's kind of how Hamilton is. Once you hear the name of a song or something, you have to start singing it. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah. We're all goofy goobers, yeah.
That is the last song you would ever predict Jason Thomas to sing on air. But you know what? I used to play World of Warcraft, Kim. I played since launch back in the early 2000s. I had some. My favorite character was an Orc Death Knight. But I have something that I'm going to sing on air, and that is the standings through game 4 here. Dasha.
No. Let's actually sing it. Come on. Sing it to some kind of song.
I feel like I'm in improv, Second City here.
Yeah. We're going to sing the standings. So let's pick a song for Curtis to sing the standings to.
Wow.
And we'll do that.
Oh, my goodness. Kimberly, I quit after Wrath of the Lich King for the most part. Mist of Pandaren was not my favorite expansion. Aaron Smith, are you going to save me here?
From singing?
Yes.
I mean, I could, but to be honest, I've been, in the downtime I've had, I've been watching a lot of old episodes of Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yep.
And it seems like a hoedown would be the appropriate way to run through these standings for you, Curtis. So
I am getting summarily, absolutely kicked under the bus here. I've got not just one set of footprints, I've got two sets of footprints all down my back. Oh my goodness.
How about My Shot from Hamilton?
Oh my
Can you
goodness.
do the standings to My Shot?
I'm not throwing away my shot. I'm going to get a scholarship at King College. No, I don't think I could. That's really hard. That's a hard song. But I will say, Dasha Kovalova is in first place. I'm going to punk out here. And it's rare that I punk out on a challenge.
No extra points for you.
No extra points for me. Has anybody seen that episode of Whose Line Is It Anyways that Robin Williams was on? It was amazing. But Dasha Kovalova currently in the lead at 86 over, 219 her last game. Shannon Zulkifli, 82 over with that 278 effort in her last game. Erin McCarthy is in third place, 214, 74 over. Daphne Tan from Singapore at 66 over is in fourth place. We round out our top five with Daria Payok, just chugging along, 220, 220, 20, 210. Just consistent, 57 over. Liz Johnson shoots 270 last game to put herself at 50 over, kind of dig herself out a little bit. Rena Sabo, kind of really consistent as well, 192, 236, 210, 205. 46 over. Kayleen Folks, after that 250 game, goes 205, 176 for 46 over. Kelly Kulik shoots a 189 in game 4, 43 over. In our top 10 rounds out with Lindsay Boomershine, 225 her last game and puts her at 28 over. She is tied with Maria Jose Rodriguez of Slytherin at 28 over. There we go. Yeah, Dasha did take a lead with only a 219. It looks like that, game 2 you had some jumps in scores, but then it's been tempered a little bit again. Dan Lewin says threw Curtis under the bus and backed up for good measure.
we love you, buddy.
I know. You wouldn't do it if I will worry when you stop doing it. That's what you always got to worry about. Hey, Aaron Smith, I got a question for you.
Shoot.
Are we going to give anything away this week?
Oh, yes, we are.
Oh man, that makes me excited.
quote Aunt Edna from Vacation. Am I going to eat or am I going to starve to death?
You guys didn't know this is going to be a pop culture show today. We're going full pop culture. Kimberly, that is awesome. I used to play Counter-Strike LAN parties when I was in the Navy. I was a nuclear reactor operator, so we were all pretty nerdy in the best kind of way. And so we would meet in the middle of our barracks and set up a LAN and just play Counter-Strike for hours. Jennifer says she'd love to see a jersey giveaway one of these days. I like the feedback there. And everybody's... I have now kicked Aaron under the bus.
Yeah, now everybody's calling for the giveaway.
Everybody's calling for...
They want to eat. They don't want to starve to death.
They don't want to starve to death. Let them eat cake, Aaron Smith.
Yeah, that's... Yes.
Are you going to hold out for Game 6, as is tradition?
I sang Killer Queen on the air.
You did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. He did.
Speaking of let them eat cake.
I think we're still going to wait a couple frames. I'm a man stuck in my ways. I like that game prior to Game 6 time frame.
You gotta watch to win.
Well, Aaron's like that. You know, he's like the producer on the local news show that has the really goofy story that they hold until the last segment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The teaser. You
Yeah.
tease the segment at the beginning.
Yep.
You're like, you're not gonna want to believe what this raccoon did to this squirrel, and you're like, what? Well, none of that even makes any sense.
But I gotta watch it.
But I gotta see that squirrel
I gotta
life.
see what happened at the school board meeting
Oh yeah,
in order to get to the squirrel story. So I'm gonna watch it.
I'm gonna slog through school board.
I'm 100% that guy. Yes.
Is that you seem a lot less stressed than probably that guy is. If you ever worked in news, it is a competitive, stressful, underappreciated production gig. It's hard. Ooh, Kim, StarCraft. That is a classic. One of the former National Tour tournament director Kirk Von Kruger's favorite games of all time, StarCraft. He now plays Diablo 2. Excuse me, correction, Diablo 3. Larry, I'm a brisket. I like smoking some briskets as well. I did an 18-hour brisket for the 4th of July. And it was not bad, Aaron Smith. I'll next time you're in town, I'll make you one.
Brisket
excellent.
is the most delicious food ever invented.
Brisket is amazing. It is absolutely, and you don't have to get fancy with brisket. You just have to put the time in. Salt, pepper, garlic powder, call it a day. And you just got to give it 18 hours. Just got to get a big packer brisket, and yeah, that's it. Tabitha, I loved the Bowl TV shirt you were rocking today. I hope you got all your work done so you can you've been able to watch all this great bowling on Bowl TV today.
Well, one of the players I mentioned who I thought might do well on this pattern, Danielle McEwen. She's up here on lane 27 and going at a Dutch 200 pace this game, and she's kind of hanging around.
She's currently -3, and she shot a $169 her first game. and then goes 195, 198, 235. So she's gotten better each game.
Still 9. Come on now. And you know what's kind of interesting is, we've watched Danielle kind of struggle with her foot injury and kind of learn a different trick that she didn't really have in her arsenal. I mean, she did, but didn't use it all that often, which was kind of throwing it a little slower and increasing her axis rotation and going around it. If you combine that skill with the ability to go up the lane, which she was the best at, in my opinion.
Yes.
I mean, this could be a really good pattern for her because she could throw it hard and go up that really, really high friction part of the lane, 1, 2, 3 board. And then when they transition, she can go in and keep her ankles in front of her and slow the ball down. And I really feel like she could have a good look the whole way through. And that's kind of why I picked her. So we'll have to watch to see if that plays out. But she's currently hanging in there. 86 over, currently in the lead, as we mentioned. So where Danielle is, 2 big games, and she's there. And Danielle, she can light them up. I mean, we've seen her go on some tears where she'll just shoot 1,100 for 4 games. So she's got, as much firepower, if not more, than anybody out here.
Oh, yeah, you can never have too much Egyptian honey. I agree. And people are wondering if they can trade their Bowl TV points for Egyptian honey. Right here.
That's something we're considering.
We're definitely considering the ancient Egyptian Pharaoh's tomb honey as one of the Bowl TV prizes.
Yes.
That's apparently this reference is sticking a little bit. I'm here for it.
Well, it's you have to kind of look at it like an airline points catalog. How many points would Egyptian honey
it'd be on the high
cost
end.
you? Like, would I even be able to afford it? I have 7,705 points.
Aaron Smith, how many points do you have, Aaron Smith?
I'm slacking compared to Jason Thomas, but it's a very soothing number at the moment. It's 49.49.
Ooh, yeah, we're going to take you to the smooth tones of public access radio.
49.49.
49.49. WARQ.
It offers an interesting question, though. How many points would you need to have your own hour on Bowl TV?
Ooh, that could be awesome or an absolute train wreck. Although it can't get much more off the rails than
Than we are.
prescience and predicting the future, and JT singing on air.
Use your points to join our band, the Right Side of Plus.
The Right Side of Plus. What are you playing in the Right Side of Plus there, Aaron? We know Jason's the singer.
I feel like the Right Side of Plus would be like that band in the TV show Scrubs. If you guys remember that show.
I love Scrubs.
It's like a quartet of
the singer.
older guys.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's what we would be.
I want one of these days, I would like us to learn the song that the cast of Anchorman breaks into after the just randomly barbershop quartet style.
Yeah.
Here on Bowl TV. Still got it.
We'll have to do it for the Tour Championship.
Okay, Tour Championship, it's coming.
And also use your Bowl TV points to watch our rehearsal live here on Bowl TV.
I'll just rehearse.
That would be. Oh my goodness. People are wondering what the elusive, the ever cryptic Bowl TV points are going to ultimately be used for.
It's like did you watch the TV show Lost?
Yes, unfortunately.
It's like, well, you say that, but that's only because you watched the last episode. Everything else before that was fantastic.
It's like watching the third Matrix.
Yeah, right. Wow, yeah. Right. So, yeah, I mean, it's the points. It's kind of like, they found this hatch and they went underground, and then they realized that there was a button down there that had to be pushed every so often, or something bad would happen, right? So you just have to keep racking those points up, people, or something bad will happen.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Not sure what, but just keep getting more points.
That's how
will happen.
Fear of missing out. Fear of missing out on the points.
Nice game here from Clara so far. Clean with 1 double through 8. Kind of intrigued here. Our first opportunity to see Bernice Lim this season, part of the Team Singapore contingent. Of course, she is the 2016 USBC Queens champion, but this is the first time I can recall seeing her without a wrist brace.
I have not seen a Rubik's Cube anywhere either.
That was a great underlying story of that particular win.
She might only break that out for like the TV show.
It's an intimidation thing. Hey, I can solve a Rubik's Cube.
It is pretty intimidating.
Have you seen those kids who can like solve a Rubik's Cube blind in like under 2 minutes?
Yes.
It just makes you really sad.
But it also tells you that it's really not that hard if you're willing to spend about 6 weeks learning the algorithm.
Yeah. And I used to be able to solve a Rubik's Cube. And it is. It's just understanding the algorithm, how to get there. What's impressive is being able to look at it once and then knowing exactly.
Well, it's really not that hard. It's the memorization is the hard part.
Yeah.
But there's really like 3 steps, and there's only a certain number of ways to get there based on where you are in the steps.
Yes.
But it's still pretty darn impressive when you watch it happen.
Because that is the quintessential 80s iconography, right? A Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
With its vibrant colors and symbolism.
There's a great clip on the internet. If anybody who's into chess and
yes,
likes Bobby Fischer, he has some really great Johnny Carson appearances and Dick Cavett show appearances. And
so let me ask you this real quick. If you go into Google and type in Bobby Fischer, are you searching for him?
I guess he would be. He would be. Great movie. Which has nothing to do with really Bobby Fischer at all either. But there's a great clip of him on Johnny Carson solving a 17 puzzle, which is, it's basically a little square that used to get him in the supermarket vending machine. And it's got numbers 1 through 17 on it, and you have to put them in order. And he can solve the puzzle no matter where it is in like 20 seconds. And he does it in front of. So Johnny Carson's like, "Oh, there you go. Here's this. Here, I happen to have one in my pocket." So you solve it, smart guy. And he does it in like 10 seconds. And then he gives it back to Johnny. He mixes it up, and he gives it back to Johnny and says, "Okay, now you solve it."
I bet you he opted out of that one.
No, he tried, and it was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. He's making all these excuses for why he can't solve it. It's great. It's great stuff. It's kind of like solving this pattern that Nick Hogan put out.
Yeah, it's definitely a 17 buzzer and a Rubik's Cube combined. A mystery wrapped in enigma.
Yeah, we are watching the bowling. I mean, I just want to clarify that we are watching the bowling. And M13002 says Danielle's got hold. And the question is, what do you play? Do you play the hold, or do you play friction?
The friction. It's pick your poison because they both can betray you.
Because we've seen players, and we saw Verity throw a shot that didn't look all that wide last game and washed out. So what's more consistent? I mean, you would think, right? I mean, the reason why Eugene McCune became so dominant on Cheetah was because he learned to play the friction, right? He just threw it as hard as he could. And the reason it worked is because the friction's predictable. If there's no oil on the lane, when you go to the next pair, there's going to be no oil on the lane in that part of the lane. And if they happen to hook more for some reason, just throw it harder. And that's why that worked so well. But on this, if you play the outside part of the lane, I don't know if anybody has enough, ball speed in the tank to play that consistently.
No.
From one end of the house to the other. And I don't really know this house well enough to know if there are some pairs that don't hook on the gutter, even with no oil being out there. There could be some topography. I mean, this is this is the original anviling surface. So we haven't really seen enough to know if that's a strategy. Certainly nobody is doing that out there with a huge amount of success right now. So you do have to play the oil to a certain extent, and there's so much volume, and the pattern's so long, and now there's been so much traffic. So pair to pair, you got to imagine they're really, really tricky.
27 mils out there right now, I believe. Flat 1.3 to 1 on the right, 1.4 to 1 on the right, 1.3 to 1 on the left, I believe. So very flat in the middle, long pattern. Kimberly, the very edge does have a lot of friction, and you can't get it out there. You can't feed it there early, or it's a runaway. It's a runaway Brooklyn, or you're through the face at the least. But again, if you get it in, it will hold too much, and you'll plaque a 3-pin in the face. So yeah, it's a very tricky pattern.
I can't remember seeing a pattern where the ball hits the friction and the ball, you can see it slow down.
Yeah, like absolutely. Like you can see it like physically putting the brakes on.
Yeah. And then, if you go left to right, especially early, before there's transition and before there's some play in that 4 to 10 zone, if you get the ball going left to right a little bit too much from left, and you miss right, it's almost like the ball speeds up at 35, 40 feet. You look at it and you think, okay, it's going to start to pick up, and then it like speeds up. That's very confusing.
Yeah, no,
to
absolutely.
see.
You know who's not confused by it right now? Danielle McEwen. She's put a 4-bagger on the board here, heading into the 10th frame, and is going to look to shoot a 249 is possible for her. And you were talking about it. You literally just said it. A couple of big games, and you look at that 86 over by Dasha Kovalova, and you can close that gap quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, Kimberly's, wondering why everybody's playing so far right on a 45-foot pattern, and the reason is because there's friction to the right. And so middle part of the lane's flat. And whenever players see friction, they're going to try to utilize it in some way.
And again, I always like to kind of clarify, although I know we have a very educated crowd here in Bowl TV chat. You know, when we say the term flat, we mean there's similar amounts of oil in the middle of the lane as there are toward the outer edges of the lane. Then you have the friction spot outside of 5, really kind of like 4 to 1. We took a look at the pattern yesterday during our podcast to kind of get a feel for it, and our initial reactions were that we felt like, man, this pattern looks like if there's friction on the outside and hold in the middle, then we felt like it was going to be pretty high scoring. And then we saw people throwing shots on it, and your opinion completely changes immediately, and it flipped the script on us.
It's a very odd pattern to watch, because you see the ball doing a lot of strange things. You know, you see somebody miss right at their target, and then the ball will check up and almost miss the head to the left. That's just something you don't see very often.
No.
And then you'd see somebody miss in, and the ball wouldn't hit the head pin. You know, to the right. It would miss the head pin to the right. And they'd miss like 2 left at their target. And you're just seeing ball motion that you're just not used to seeing. So it was very disorienting. And yesterday I kind of chalked it up to, you know, I didn't see a lot of players consistently hitting the pocket. You know, sometimes you'll watch practice, and there's a joke out here that, you know, players will come back and say, I won the practice session because they just struck all day with every ball they had in the bag, and it just looked great. Really didn't see that yesterday with anybody. We saw a lot of experimentation. We saw a lot of players playing, you know, all over to see kind of what different parts of the lane would give you. But today, it's been, hey, there's really only one place to play. There's a couple of different ways to play it, but you've got to play out. You've got to try to use that defined friction on the outside part of the lane to your advantage. And that's basically what we're seeing right now. And, you know, the other piece of this is these players are so smart. When they see somebody who's hitting them very hard, bet your bottom dollar that within a game, everybody's going to be trying to do that same thing. But the thing that's interesting is there's really not a very clear, obvious way to attack this pattern that's going to give you a huge advantage. You're going to have to figure out, you know, a place where you're comfortable, and then use your touch to make adjustments and try to play the lanes in a way that's not going to cause them to play too differently pair to pair. All right, well, DMAC going to get up here with a chance for 249. Oh my goodness. It's the second one of those she's left this game.
One on each lane now.
Man, that was brutal. And that wasn't even the first one she left was kind of high flush. That one was like a solid 8 hit. And the ball just peeled. past the 9 pin. I mean, that was a split the 8-9 shot. Man.
That just forgot to hit the 9.
Yeah. It's nasty. Danielle going to get a look at another bowling ball.
This is going to move her into the plus 20 range. Started this game at -3. It's going to be plus 25 after 228.
All right. Well, that does it for game number 5. One more game to go here. James in the chat asking what do we think the number will be to make the top 32. I said at the top of the show that I thought it would be somewhere around even. I think Curtis also made that same prediction as well. But I do think someone's going to figure out a way to average 230. Kovalova leading right now at 221.
The way too early cut number at the moment through 4, -38. Sydney Brummett to bounce back after a rough start, 174, 137, followed with 226 and 225. Folks, before we get to game number 6 here, I want to take a quick second to recognize another one of our proud sponsors here on the PWBA Tour here in 2021. Give a big shout out to I Am Bowling, Logo Infusion's newest bowling apparel brand. Be sure to visit them at iambowling.com. So I Am Bowling, a PWBA Tour apparel partner. Also the official jersey provider of the Junior Gold Championships.
I'm seeing a few predictions in the chat about scores. It's just a really hard pattern to predict scores on because you kind of look at them and you watch one player and it looks like, oh, well, that player has some room. You know, that player can miss left and they can miss right and the ball still strikes. And you think, okay, well, they're easy. And then, you know, you watch the transition or you watch the player move to a different pair. And all of a sudden, you know, that shot that leaked a little right, that was able to hook back, now washes out or it checks up a little too early. It's just very touchy. And so you can't see 32 players figuring out how to make them easy for themselves for 12 straight games to the point that, you know, the number gets to be 100 over. But of course, I think every player who makes the cut is going to have a game or 2 or 3 or 4 maybe where they have a very good look, a 260 look, and, you know, are able to shoot a big game. But I think if you look across the board, it's going to end up being that even number or maybe even a little bit lower. So it's just a really fun pattern. Not, you know, brutal in the sense that, you know, you see at a typical U.S. Open, but very, very demanding. It requires very precise control on your break point and speed control. And I do think there are ways to play the lane that will, you know, blend out the pair-to-pair adjustments, but they're certainly not easy. Just a very fun pattern to watch the players, have to navigate. And that's my very long-winded explanation for what I think the scoring base is going to be. I think if you're a player, just to add even more wind to the long-winded explanation, you can afford to be patient here. It doesn't look like anybody's going to run away and hide. So if you're playing it safe and looking at a 2-0 or 2-teen reaction and being okay with that, I think that's fine. I think you can get away with that. But there are certainly ways to play the lane that would bring 140 or 150 to play.
And I think we saw that on the fresh to kick things off today. So I'll be curious if there's a little more reserved approach for a couple players heading into our second round later today.
Yeah, Keith Beagle has a good question. Do we think they'll use as much surface the second block as they did the first block? I do. I think they will. I think that's really the only way to kind of blend out the pattern. Balls with less surface, obviously they'll go a little bit longer before they hook, and then when they hook, they'll have a lot more energy saved up, and that's really not what you want to see on this pattern. You don't want the ball making a huge motion at the end of the pattern because you only have 15 feet there, and so you're really just trying to control where the ball hooks so that you can control the pocket. And the ball needs to hook earlier than that. But there's a big cliff right at 3-4. I mean, if you want to put the ball down on 3 and not belly it very much and keep it dry, it's going to hook early. And it's going to hook early to the point where it's going to cross over, unless you've got a lot of ball speed that can hold it on line. But if you've got all that ball speed to hold it on line and you miss left, it's never going to hook. So surface is important to kind of blend that out. And they will be re-oiled for the second set.
Great breakdown there, JT. We got our couple new faces here joining us for the first time on our featured pair. We'll get the rundown on 25 and 26 in just a moment. But before we do that, let's go ahead and get our giveaway underway here on Bowl TV. The Bowl TV t-shirt up for grabs for one lucky viewer. This is your first time joining us here on Bowl TV. A big thank you for doing so. We appreciate it. And the giveaways, they work nice and easy. So if you've watched a couple times, you already know the routine here. But for those watching for the first time, you're going to see a prompt pop up in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It says a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It's going to count down for about 60 seconds. And after that, in the very same spot, you'll see a new message that says the giveaway has begun. And there will be a button right next to it. It's going to say submit entry. All you got to do is go ahead and click submit entry, and you'll have the opportunity to win. We do recommend that if you're watching in full screen mode, you take it out for just a minute or two here while we go through the giveaway process if you'd like to enter. So we'll get that started here. How about after Daria's first frame? We'll hit the button there and get going.
Finally, Aaron.
I know, right? But good luck, everybody. After this spare attempt, we'll get it going, and one lucky viewer taking home a Bowl TV t-shirt. I was hoping she was going to cool Tomahawk Messenger that 10-pin out of there. Would have been perfect timing. We'll just have to save that for frame 2. All right, folks, the giveaway is underway. Best of luck. Joining. There we go. Daria Payuk on 25 and 26 this game. Paula Phelps, who's joined us this week as a non-member from Hayden, Idaho. Christy Schultz from Spokane. Maria Jose Rodriguez, two-time tour champ. And then Misaki Mukutani, all the way from Japan, who made her PWBA debut at the Summer Classic Series. Bowled very well, making 2 top 12s, nearly making a couple shows there on top of it. So she's going to be competing at a few more events before it's all said and done. So once again, it's getting to see the global reach of the tour here in 2021. Congrats to Burl for taking home the TV t-shirt. Be on the lookout for an email from our marketing department coming up in the next couple of days to redeem your prize. So congratulations again, and thank you again to everybody for participating and being part of the Bowl TV community. Moving just one pair to the right here. Oh, get out of there, 8-pin. We didn't need that standing up there for Sarah. Sarah Jackson there with the strike. Joined once again by Jennifer Couples, Chloe Bartlett, Clara Guerrero, and Bernice Lim. We also have a score update coming to you. And on the strength of back-to-back games of 278 and 246, Shalyn Zolkiewicz has taken over the top spot, averaging 225.6. She's now at plus 128. Dasha falls to second at plus 119. Liz Johnson, 270 and 259 back-to-back. To get to plus 109, Aaron McCarthy, plus 108. Daphne Tan in fifth, plus 83. Lindsay Boomershine, plus 74. Kayleen Folks, plus 60. Kelly Kulik, plus 56. Stephanie Zavala, plus 49. And Taylor Bailey rounding out the top 10 at plus 44. Misaki Mukutani at plus 41. Shannon O'Keefe, plus 31. Maria Balanova, plus 29. Daria Payuk, plus 28. Danielle McCune, plus 25. Missy Parkin, plus 20. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 19. Abby Ragsdale, plus 17. New Wei Fen, 256 last game to get to plus 15. As did Stephanie Johnson, 256 to get to plus 9. Ashley Galante, plus 8. Those are your players plus top 21 at the moment. The current cut number, minus 31, belonging to Gigi Mason, 193.8 average. Shalyn currently on lanes 9 and 10, so she is out of camera range here in the final game.
Pretty interesting, Aaron. You can kind of see by the scores, how the transition's playing out, right? Obviously, the top three are players that are really good at throwing it hard and playing pretty straight. And you look at the last 2 game scores. Liz Johnson, 270, 259. Shalin, 278, 246. Kovalova, 52 over the last 2 games. It's pretty good. You then look at, there's some players that like to hook the ball that have pulled well the last couple of games. Lindsay Boomershine, 71 over for her last 2. Stephanie Zavala shot 254 last game. But, for the most part, the players that like to hook the ball, the scores aren't great these last 2 games. Stephanie Johnson made a nice run in game 5 with 256 after opening with 133. She's now to +9, so she's moved into the top 20. But man, it's really hard to predict who's going to bowl well on this pattern, Aaron.
It's been a wacky day so far, to say the least. And obviously, out of the gates, we had not a lot of scores out there. Game number 1. And kind of guess that's probably going to happen again a little bit later today. Maybe not quite as many of the 130s and 140s as we saw out of the gates. Just with kind of understanding the scoring pace now and seeing that we talked a little bit about the patience of waiting for kind of everything to come together. You're going to have your opportunities. You guys have mentioned it once or twice to get your score out there. So it's about minimizing those bad games now to where, if you're waiting out, your ball reaction in game 4, game 5, game 6, and you're seeing something you really like right now, how do you manage game 1, 2, and 3 to make sure it's not just catching up the whole time versus kind of maintaining until you have your chance? Bernice Lim, the front 5 here.
Yeah, she can use a big game here. She's at -53. Gigi Mason bounced back pretty nicely after that 147 the first game. She's at -31. She's the cut number.
And, if that first game, that next block turns into 190 instead of 140, that's, she's sitting pretty comfortable in the +20 range right now. So, I mean, that's I think that'll be the big adjustment there is to maybe be a little bit safer with some of the moves for some of these players, just based off of what we saw in game one. Obviously, the scoring pace picked up a little bit in game two. It kind of fell a little bit in game three, but they've had their opportunities the past couple games to get some strikes.
You know, then you have a player like Nue Fen, who we watched shoot 152 the first game, and she's charged back these last couple of games, and she's 81 over her last two to get to plus 15, and possible 279 here in game 6.
And folks, we talk about the second round coming up. It's going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern time. 5 local in Spokane. Another 6-game block on this 45-foot condition upcoming. All that going to be right here on BowlTV.com. So we'll have a little break, hour or two between.
I think, this pattern really comes down to, and I think who's going to do well on it is who can minimize the pair-to-pair transition. And in my mind, that's the players that are able to play the friction. And they're able to start the ball in the friction because it's just much more predictable from one end of the center to the other. If you've got incredibly good touch and you've got a lot of tricks in your bag, you can figure out a way to go from one side of the house to the other, playing a little deeper. But at this level, I'm gonna take the players that are more comfortable playing the friction from one end of the house to the other. You mentioned Nue Fen, and she's a player that can hook the ball a lot, right? But she's doing this really cool trick where she's just going up the back of it and trying to get the ball to roll out as quickly as possible, and she's throwing a lot of surface and playing right on the edge of the drive. And it's a really cool trick. I mean, we've known for a long time how great of a player she is. We've never had the luxury of being able to see her bowl for a whole season. But the one season when she won Rookie of the Year, she probably would have won Player of the Year that year if she'd bowled the whole season.
Based off of points, Rookie of the Year, just like Player of the Year, and she won Rookie of the Year in only 6 events.
Yeah, it's amazing. And she qualified for the Tour Championship on points in just 5 events, and then won the Tour Championship. So she's definitely got a lot of tricks up her sleeve. And what she's doing today so far is pretty impressive. I mean, we saw her bowl. It was actually a pretty good 152 that first game. She just, every time she hit the pocket, she couldn't strike. And then she had an inopportune open frame in the 10th that, cost her about 30 pins. But she's really kind of righted the ship. In the last couple of games, she's gone 225, 256, and now this game gets you 258. But she's decided, I'm going to play the friction, which is very, very interesting. She's one of those players that could get left and try to play
the next hole. And she's decided that's just not what I think is going to work.
See if Pernice can add one more here. Can't get the 10 out, but early six-bagger, 279 still out there. JT, how, for a lot of folks, myself included, I'm not necessarily, I don't think a lot of bowlers out there in general feel comfortable, seeing the ball do things that early in the lane. Most of us are, just based off of the conditions that we compete on, oftentimes are, more concerned about seeing the ball pick up in the mid lane and start to make its move in that back part of the lane. When you get to trying to get the ball into its role as soon as possible, and all of a sudden you're bringing whole new things in that you're looking for to find the shape that you eventually want. Just how tough is that to go back and forth like that?
It's real tough. I mean, and again, if it's not a motion that you're comfortable seeing, it's very hard to make it work. I mean, we had one of the folks in the chat said Walter Ray Williams would just destroy this pattern, and he's right. I mean, Walter, and for somebody to say, the greatest bowler of all time would destroy a pattern, it's not exactly going out on a limb, right? But this is the kind of pattern that he would destroy because he was super comfortable with getting the ball to hook as early as possible. And he would, I think the way he would play this pattern, he would get his feet as far right as he could and get that ball to hook as early as possible. And the thing that's cool about it, and it makes it work, the reason you normally don't want to see your ball hook that much early, I should say, is because normally your carry would be terrible, right? But if you're playing from the edge of the lane, where you're playing is creating that angle, and your carry will be just fine. I hate to bring it back to my bowling, but the most strikes I've ever thrown in my life was on a pattern that was similar to this. And I actually was trying to change pitches, and I had this old ball that I hated. It was a U2, a blue U2 that was negative weighted, which was a term we used at the time if weight distribution on the ball was more on the opposite side of what it would normally be. So the ball hooked at my toe, and so I hated it. It was I just never used it. So it was a good ball for me to experiment on my pitches. Drilled a different pitch in the ball and went out and threw some games. And I came back up on the concourse, and this man who was watching me said, "Hey, do you know you just threw 47 out of 48 strikes?" And I was like, I knew I was striking a lot, but I didn't realize it was that much. It was because the only way I could play them with that ball was to start the ball in the friction. And it just made it very easy to strike a lot. And so I think that's how Walter would play the lanes. I think that's how some of these players are figuring out, like, hey, if we play in the friction, it's going to be much more predictable from one end of the house to the other, and the carry is not that bad. And so I think as the tournament goes on, we're going to see those players that have figured that out move to the top of the leaderboard because they're going to consistently be able to shoot game after game in the 230s or better.
Thanks for that, JT.
Another long-winded explanation, Aaron, but
a good one.
That's kind of what I'm seeing.
Quick update on Gigi Mason. Note in the chat, front seven was not able to get the eighth one, left a 10-pin. So another player in position to make a run at 279 here. As we mentioned, she is the cut number at the moment. So Gigi moving in the right direction, and outside of game one has been solid and going to make a big move here in game number 6.
Yeah, and if we get a chance, Aaron, if we could jump over to watch a little bit of what New Way Fenton and Bruce Johnson are doing, I think it would be very interesting for folks.
I know we all love watching Daria bowl. I certainly do. But just to kind of see how those two players are playing the lanes, and obviously, if you think of New Wei Finn and Liz Johnson, you would think, oh, well, you know, they're about as opposite ends of the spectrum as you can get. But they actually are playing the lanes very similarly right now.
All right, let's head over there. After Daria's shot here, decimates the rack.
That was a perfect shot to leave on.
That was really good, right? Just in time for Liz. Here we go.
Yeah, so she hasn't moved a board since she started. She's just thrown it harder.
Hey, there's Curtis Von
Hey,
Kruger.
he's trying to mess things up for us here. Gigi blaming him for that miss in the 8th. There's no doubt that's what she's saying to him.
Saying, get out of here, Curtis. I needed those 21 pins.
He can stay now that she's already missed. Yeah, so we're going to get a chance to see New Wei Finn, and what she's doing is it's kind of like it was interesting when Amleto Monicelli had his best years on tour. He was really great at rolling the ball out. So just kind of getting it to a spot and then just letting it kind of burn up its energy. And because he was able to get it to roll out from pretty far to the right, the ball still had some pop when it hit the pins. If you're trying to play fifth arrow and roll it out, you're going to leave 5 pins all day. And
you're not going to have a good time.
Right? You're going to have some 4-5s in there. But if you roll it out from 5, your carry's not going to be too bad. And it's going to allow you to control, that massive cliff. Normally when they're this cliffed, it's because of transition. The players play to the right, and they burn up the outside part of the lane, and then the middle part of the lane it's very slick, and then you move into it, and then they're cliffed. But this is a pattern where they started that way, and they've actually become a little less cliffed as we've gone on. They're still pretty cliffed. I mean, when on a 45-foot pattern, we're in game 6. The players are starting the ball right a second arrow still.
Mm-hmm.
How often do you see that? Never.
Not too often.
I mean, how often do you see Daria Payok starting the ball right of second arrow on a 45-foot pattern in the last game of the block?
This doesn't happen, JT.
So that's just a little bit of a, insight into what they're bowling on here. It's very unique.
2:37 to finish up there for New Wei Finn. She's going to finish the day, or the block, I should say, at plus 52. 225, 256, 237 out of the gate, or to finish things up. So, essentially went 110 over her final couple games there.
And now we see if Liz can finish off with some strikes. 255. That would get her to plus 164. So just under that 230 average number that I thought would end up being the leader. And she does, in fact, get the first strike in the 10th. So
All right, let's see if Liz can add one more here.
yeah, she's definitely in her wheelhouse right now, Aaron.
Liz Johnson doing Liz Johnson things, folks.
Yeah, I mean, she shot 193, 183, 204 her first three. And, you know, she's going to shoot 800 almost the last three.
Woo.
Yeah. So with one more strike, that would be 254 and a little 783 the back three. Sorry, I think I had that wrong. 254, so that's 783. She could have shot 784 with a strike there, but you know, I'm sure she'll take 783.
Yeah, that's a nice number. I'd take it in a run.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure she'll have a little bit of a different strategy for those first three games. And it's not really great news for the rest of the field.
Yeah, usually when it's tough, you expect Liz to be getting her pins while everybody else is trying to hang on, and then. But this is opening it up right to, as you said, JT, to her wheelhouse. So plus 163, her number. As we mentioned, Shalyn Zulkifli plus 128 entering this game off camera. So as soon as we get a full recap for round number one, be sure to check out PWBA.com as well as our social media channels to get the look at the top scores here through round number one at the PWBA Spokane Open. And of course, that second round today coming up 8 p.m. Eastern. Courtney Ermish going to finish up with a nice game in the 230s here. Couple final shots here. Gigi. We'll get to 279, but folks, we got a special guest joining us here, so let's welcome her in. Liz Johnson.
Hi.
Liz, how you doing?
Hi, Aaron. I'm good. I'm pretty good now.
We were just commenting on the impressive finish to the block today. I believe the final number was 783, those last three.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about kind of how you saw this oil pattern transition throughout the course of the block. You kind of maintained and stayed around even those first three, and then all of a sudden you saw something big those last three.
Yeah, I was trying to just get in my timing. My timing wasn't so good the first couple games, and trying to get the right balls in my hand, and those combinations just weren't working. I was getting a little ahead of myself and a little quick, and then I missed two single pin spares, which I absolutely hate. And then I believe it was game three. made a ball change and had a clean 2-0 game, and then just moved a little bit. And actually, I was sliding a little too much on the approach, so I got another soul from one of the guys, and that helped me out a bunch. And then when I changed balls after game 3, I just started trying to take my time and making better shots. And when I had better ball reaction, it got me to stay down at the line and get my steps a little bit slower, and just try to stay down. That was the key for me today, and just staying clean.
Now, looking, kind of at this pattern from yesterday, as far as the scoring pace is going and kind of how it went for everybody today, is this kind of what you expected from this pattern with how unique it played?
It was definitely a little bit lower than I thought. But going into it's really difficult from pair to pair and who breaks them down. Some pairs are just hook early, and some pairs just don't hook at all. And I got in the last pair and didn't play like the pair before that, and I was able to make a little bit of a move. And it worked out, and just trying to trust myself and just make the shots. And it's they definitely seem kind of up and down right now. But I'm just going to try to take this into tonight, and try to learn from what I did early on, and do the best I can.
Now, heading into this block, obviously we'll have a quick break to kind of get ready. But as far as you mentioned going through a few different bowling balls, anything new you might be bringing in for the fresh to kind of try and get things going a little quicker?
Well, probably I'm definitely bringing the one I finished up with, my parallax effect, and maybe another one or two other balls that maybe not would be as early as what I started with this morning. So just trying to go off that and just try to make better shots and stay clean, of course. And because it's early on, it was you get the hook and then you move a little bit, and you're not gonna hit the head pin. And some spares are seem a little bit more difficult today. Even the single pin spares, you just don't take anything for granted because the front's hooked so much, and it was really easy to miss. Even the single pin spares, or spares in general, seem a little more difficult today, especially the double woods. 2/8 definitely seem to be a little bit more difficult. So just trying to make shots and try to stay out of trouble, pretty much.
Gotcha. Well, Liz, we'll let you rest up for this block coming up here in a little bit. So once again, fantastic finish to the block there. We look forward to seeing you work your way through round number 2 here in Spokane. So thanks again for joining us here on Bowl TV, and great performance out there.
Thanks a lot, Aaron. Thank you.
All right, folks, Liz Johnson joining us here on Bowl TV after a fantastic finish to the block, 783, her final 3 games to potentially move into the top spot. Gigi Mason was able to finish that game off with 279, so a big swing for her as well. We mentioned heading into this game, she was the cut number at -31.
Yeah, Aaron, that is a great finish for Gigi, and we watched her bowl the first game on our featured pair, and she shot 147, and then we watched her bowl the last game, and she shot 279.
Get to plus 48, so it all comes together.
It does, but I think that's the thing that's going to be interesting about this week. We just talked to Liz, and it feels like really if she starts with the ball she finished with, this afternoon, she might just be able to pick up where she left off these last 3 games and just crush them. And it sounded like she was just a little uncomfortable those first 3 games rather than it being like a ball motion thing or a ball reaction thing. So I'm kind of thinking, she could really just put up a huge block in this next block. We don't know how they're going to play. Typically as we put this pattern down over and over and over again, it plays more and more true.
It plays more and more wet dry, and it's already a wet dry type pattern. It's about as cliff to pattern as you're going to see. But I'm not going out on a limb here, but I just really like the way she's playing the lanes, and I like her chances. But what Gigi showed us this last game is if you want to play the lanes from a little bit in, I mean, her look, I don't think couldn't have been worse that first game, right? I mean, it just looked really, really bad. But if you can hang in there, if you can find a way to hang in there and not shoot yourself out of the tournament, you can catch up. There are opportunities to shoot some big scores. If you like to play the lanes like Gigi, which is basically the opposite of how Liz likes to play the lanes. Liz likes to see the ball hook early and set up. Gigi likes to see the ball hook late and make up a lot of ground, the last 10 feet of the pattern. So it's still wide open. If I had to bet, if I had to take a pick, I would certainly, I like the chances of the players that like to play the friction a little bit more, which would be Liz and Shalyn, who's had a great block, and Dasha. But I still think that players like Gigi can get there, especially if they can mitigate some of the more difficult times during the block, or some of the pairs that as Liz said, they're pretty difficult pair to pair. But if you can shoot 200s on those pairs that are tough, those 270s are out there, and you can make that ground back up.
Couple of final shots here from PWBA 3 as we wrap up this block. A couple of our featured pairs are already in the books. Kelly Kulik will help us wrap things up here, but a rough final game for her.
Yeah, she's had a little bit of everything, some splits, missed single pin. Could really use a couple of strikes here. Just be in the 160s. She's one of those players that's a little bit further to the left, and the tricky part about that is that there was so much volume and there's that speed bump that you're really at the mercy of who's played on this pair before you. Whereas if you can play a little bit further to the right, like Liz, that one hit the speed bump. She got just a touch right, and started to pick up, and then it hit that speed bump and didn't get back up the hill. If you can play a little bit further to the right where there's going to be friction, that makes it a little more predictable pair to pair.
Has to cover the 278 to get into the 140s.
Yeah, and I thought it was funny. We had mentioned, the first game when we were watching Liz about some difficult spare conversions, and mentioned the 2.8, and that was one that she rattled off as something you really don't want to be shooting out here right now.
PWBA Spokane Open ladies will return tonight at 5 p.m. 6 more games of competition. Athletes, please add up those recaps, turn them into the front counter, or Cecil Sparrow is walking the lane collecting those for you. Ladies, you may leave your bowling equipment in the bowler's area if you'd like. Or you can return
149 for Kelly, and that's going to be the final ball here of the opening round
again
here at the PWBA Spokane Open from Lilac Lanes. JT looks set over there. So we'll leave the lanes and we'll head back to our respective studio atmospheres, if you will. There we are. Look at us, JT.
Well, look at you.
Yeah. Yeah. The important part, though, is that we're looking at 6 games, and now we have a little bit clearer picture of players who have figured this pattern out and look pretty comfortable throughout the course of the block on this 45-foot condition. And B, we know who needs some work to do heading into this second round upcoming if they want to continue their trek here in Spokane. So 6 more games left to come, but a very interesting oil pattern, very interesting scoring pace throughout the day. And we're looking forward to seeing what is next out there as well.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, we knew it was going to be very hard to predict going in. We did take a few stabs at what we thought would be some potential scores. And, we thought somebody would be able to figure out a way to average 230 on this pattern. I think we got pretty close to that. We also thought it would take around even, but it wasn't obvious, right? I mean, it was the way that the players got there was all over the place. I mean, we saw Gigi Mason shoot 147 the first game on the featured pair, then come back on the last game and shoot 279. So it wasn't like people shot even by shooting 2-0 every game. It was just kind of a potpourri of different ball reactions that the players found themselves running into over the course of the block. And the good thing for players that were behind the 8 ball a little bit was that you could shoot 250, 260, 270 to get yourself back into it. But on the other hand, if you hit a pair that you didn't like we saw Kelly Kulick the last game, you can shoot 140. So really fun pattern to watch. It's something that we don't see very often. It's something the players don't see all that often. But it is super fun, and it's going to be really fun to watch who makes the cut here tonight.
Yeah, that's a great point, JT. There was very few steady roads for the players, who are in a little bit better position heading into this second half of the block. And we saw multiple styles have success. We saw multiple, strategies pan out. So the good news is that things work. Things definitely work out there. You can get some pins, but yeah, kind of navigating it, tiptoeing around the bad games, if you will. If you can find a way to just kind of stay even, stay out of your own way, make your spares, and hope to not find too many good shots where 210 or washout like we somehow saw with this pattern. And then take advantage when it's your time. We saw some folks do that, and that's why they're going to be enjoying this break a little bit more than others.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Liz shot 783 her last 3 games, so we know it's out there. Is anybody else going to be able to figure it out so they can string together big game after big game after big game? I think by the end of this tournament, we'll see some of that, but it's really going to be important for players to avoid those 140s so they can give themselves a chance.
All right, folks, with that, we are going to go ahead and sign off from round 1 of qualifying here at the Spokane Open. So big thank you to everybody for joining us here on BowlTV.com. We certainly appreciate it. Liz Johnson there for joining us as well for a quick second. I want to give a big shout out, as always, to the USBC and BPWBA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, our official lane maintenance provider out there this week. Double J, waxing them up for us this week. So got to love Double J out there doing his thing like it ain't no thing. Of course, our PWBA Tour athletes for their dedication to their craft, always providing a great show and being great ambassadors for the sport of bowling. And of course, you, the fans, here on BowlTV.com. We certainly appreciate you joining us. A lot of great conversations in the chat today. We got off topic from time to time. I checked out when you guys started talking about
Harry Potter,
because I had no idea.
Hey, we sorted 10 players on tour, so if you want to know who's in which house and you're a Harry Potter fan, you can go back and watch the show and figure that out. Maybe we can get Tennille to put it on the standing sheet.
There you go.
Hometown,
house,
Harry Potter house.
Not a clue what happened there. I enjoyed the enthusiasm from both of you, though. But thank you for joining us here on BowlTV.com. We'll be ready for the next round at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So for us, that's going to be, we got about almost 2.5 hour break here before the next round, it appears. So enjoy that little break. It's Friday. Yes, it's Friday. So come back to join us tonight. We'll have some fun here on BowlTV.com, as always, as we get to this first cut here at the Spokane Open. So finally, the PWBA Tour staff, the staff at Lilac Lanes and Casino for hosting this week as well. And finally, the Bowl TV crew for Curtis Von Kruger, Jason Thomas. I'm Aaron Smith. We're signing off right now. We'll be back with round 2, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on BowlTV.com. And folks, remember, as always, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you soon.